of energy, of electric energy. For example, here in these high voltage DC cables, they are not possible without plastics. And at the University of Linz, in my group, we are dealing with the long-term behavior of plastics, for example, for wind power applications. Here you can see the rotor of a wind power generator, but also the rotor of an electric engine, which is made by laminates, which means inorganic materials connected with polymeric materials in a laminate structure. Here we are collaborating with voestalpine. On the other hand, we are collaborating with a raw material supplier, with Borealis, and they are dealing with the encapsulation of photovoltaic cells, mainly silicon solar cells, to realize a durable product. And one issue of photovoltaics is the delamination. In photovoltaics, you have many interfaces, and they should stay together. But in some cases, under some certain circumstances, delamination occurs, and this delamination is driven by local aging mechanisms. And in our CD lab, we call it H-Ball, we are developing fracture mechanics test methodologies. We are deducing crack growth kinetic curves, and we try to establish structure property relationships in order to be able to do an optimization of these materials connected to each other. We are especially dealing with ethylene copolymers. You can see them on the left-hand side, for example, ethylene vinyl acetate, the state of the art for encapsulation of photovoltaic modules. But we are also dealing with novel encapsulation materials, like, for example, polyolefin elastomers. If you have a closer look, you don't see any oxygen in there anymore. It's just hydrocarbon-based. Such materials are needed to protect solar cells, and these materials are getting cross-linked during the lamination procedure. And what we are also doing is to describe these kinetics of cross-linking. And why is this important? You can see it depending on the position of the interface. Is it top class and encapsulant or bottom class and encapsulant? The degree of cross-linking is different. You can see because of temperature distribution reasons at the top class polymer interface, you have a little bit deficit in degree of cross-linking. Maybe this has a consequence. But our main topic regarding research is the establishment of environmental fracture mechanics methods in order to characterize the long-term durability of interfaces in such laminates. Therefore, we go for double cantilever beam specimen. Here you can see a fatigue testing machine with an environmental chamber. And if you are doing such tests, you will get so-called crack growth kinetics curves. You can see it here where the crack growth rate is plotted versus a fracture mechanics parameter, the strain energy release rate. And of main interest is this so-called threshold region where there is no crack growth. And to get information about this threshold region, you have to do a so-called displacement controlled test. And what you should keep in memory is if this curve is shifted to the right bottom, that means a better behavior. And such tests take about 3 days. Here you can see some graphs, crack growth behavior of photovoltaic class EVA interfaces at 60, 70, 80, 90 degrees C. And what you can see is that relative humidity and elevated temperature is rather harmful to EVA class interfaces. Why? We did an elucidation of the fractured surfaces afterwards by X-ray photoelectron spectroscopy, and you can see that several degradation processes are ongoing, which means the hydrolysis of this CO bond and the crack is more propagating to the silicon surface or the silicon oxide surface of the glass, which means even in a 3-day test duration, we could confirm that chemical degradation processes are ongoing. And we have published it, we have summarized this mechanism in the Solar Energy Materials and Solar Cells journal, postulating that even under such short duration times of just three days, chemical degradation is ongoing and weakening the interface. And we are also collaborating with the Stanford University, Professor Dauskart's group. And interestingly, he got quite the same mechanisms, but after 15 years of outdoor exposure of a photovoltaic module, the delamination is primarily occurring at the EVA, top EVA glass interface, but it takes 10 years. Even if you do it with standardized methods, accelerated indoors, it still takes 1 year, which means our methodology is a factor of 100 faster than the standardized methodologies for PV characterization, durability characterization. And to be fast is rather important for efficient material optimization, which is a key task of our company partners. Finally, I would like to say thank you to my PhD students, to my group, to my collaborators, especially Professor Dauskart from Stanford and Professor Aufrey from France. And we have several doctoral theses completed, several are still ongoing. And finally, I would like also say thank you to the highly interesting students from Africa, as already mentioned by Daniel. We are having an mobility exchange program with 3 universities from Kenya, 2 from Kenya and from Ghana. We would like to invite students, highly motivated students from Africa to come to Austria and to spend 1 semester focusing on polymeric materials. If you look into their faces, you see polymers. Keep in mind, polymers are our future. And here you can see some names. I'm really proud that some of our internship guests, like for example, Emmanuel or Catherine, they are also participating, or also Bernard, I would say, they are also participating in this conference and will give a presentation later on. I have unfortunately no picture of the current students being here in Linz. It's Nikki, Kelvin, and Brigitte. And what I would like to tell you finally, we have submitted a proposal for 3 further batches of students, which means this journey will go on, and it would be possible for the next 2 years also to invite students from Africa to spend 1 semester here in Austria. And I'm also looking forward to my stay in Kenya. I will start the collaboration with David's group at the Multimedia University in Kenya. Finally, I would like to say thank you to Daniel, who made it possible, this mobility exchange program. I'm really fascinated by what you are doing, Daniel. Congratulations and all the best for ANSOLE for the next 15 years of ANSOLE. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Professor Gernot, and we really appreciate your presentation. I'm very sure a lot of persons here are willing to collaborate and they will definitely reach out to you. And also thank you for keeping to time. Then our next presenter is Mirana from Impulse South. I think she's here. Mirana will be presenting on empowering the global South, the Impulse South community of practice for a gender just energy transition. Mirana, you have the floor.
Okay, sure. Thank you very much, Veronica, and hi, everyone. I hope you can see my screen.
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. As presented, my name is Mirana, and I am from the ImpulseSoft community of practice. So yeah, basically I'm going to present you what we are doing at this community of practice. But also to present why capacity building is important in the journey towards the energy transition. So as you can see here, we have the agenda as I already presented. But before that, maybe I will give you a very brief background. So I am working for the Fundación Avina, which is an organization based in Latin America. It has been existing there since 30 years now, but now it has expanded in Africa for the recent years. And I am based in Madagascar, and I'm responsible for I'm a programmatic coordinator for the Fundación Avina's African strategy. And so what we have is we have this project which is called ImpulseSoft, which is working in some countries in Africa and in Latin America. And it is mainly oriented toward capacity building in the energy transition. So I will present first like why capacity building is really important. As you know, all the pathways to maintain the global warming below the 1.5 degree or the 2 degree by 2100, as stated in the Paris Agreement, it needs a deep and rapid transformation in the energy system. And as decided from the COP28, it calls for really a deep and rapid transformation in this sector to help reduce the greenhouse gas emission, of course, and to have this target, to meet this target to triple renewable power and doubling energy efficiency. However, meeting those goals, it presents really many challenges, particularly for the developing nations. And one of the main challenges faced by those developing nations is the limited human and institutional resources, the limitation in technology research and development. So basically, it's based in the capacity building area. And that's why we at ImpulseSoft have carried out this project, ImpulseSoft 2. Actually, we already have an ImpulseSoft phase 1 focused on climate action in general. But for this phase 2, it is mainly focused towards the energy transition. So the ImpulseSoft, it will contribute to accelerate to a just and inclusive energy transition in the global south by addressing those capacity gaps from an institutional and systemic approach. So what we are doing exactly at ImpulseSoft, it has like 4 main components. But just to clarify that the ImpulseSoft, it was launched in May 2024, last year, and it is planned to be run for the next 2 years. It means until 2026. But we expect the community of practice to last beyond that. And the ImpulseSoft, this is a project funded by the IDRC, the Canadian Corporation, and it is implemented by the Fundación Avina that I am representing here in partnership with the United Nations University in Bonn, Germany. So what are mainly the 4 components of the project? First, we are building this community of practice. The idea is to gather institutions working toward capacity building in the energy sector. So by institutions, I mean mainly 5 categories, including the universities, the NGOs, the enterprise support organization, for example, technical hub, incubation centers. There are also the sectoral association, like Association of Enterprise in Solar or in Mini-Grid or in energy in general, for example, and the regional and international organizations. So the idea is to have those organizations sharing their experiences, knowledge, best practices in the field of energy transition, and sharing have this soft collaboration. The second component is a regranting. So the community of practice, it will include a training of trainers. So some organizations will be selected to participate in a training, 2 weeks online training. And then from that, they can also train other organizations, maybe the enterprise members of their association, or the beneficiaries from their NGOs, or the students for universities. And there will be a small grant to help those organizations to replicate the training, or to build a new training, or improve the training that they already have, and also to support some of their members who may have like innovative solution in terms of energy transition. The third component is a platform, a repository of information where we gather documents, articles, documents in relation to energy transition from those 9 countries, but also globally. For a free access to all the COP members and to everyone who have the link. And the last one is global exchanges to promote the COP member to global platform or regional exchanges. So as you can see here, we are working in 9 countries, 5 in Africa and 4 in Latin America. And the 9 countries in Africa are Côte d'Ivoire, Cameroon, Uganda, Zambia, and Madagascar. And in Latin America, we are targeting Dominican Republic, Guatemala, Ecuador, and Bolivia. And you see here the list of organizations that I already presented earlier. So to give a bit more detail on the community of practice, it is designed to enhance the capacity building initiatives that those organizations are already carrying out. And it will help to strengthen the role of members in promoting equity and sustainability for a just energy transition. And the training of trainer, it is included in this community of practice. So the training of trainers after a retreat with some representative members in Bonn that we had in October, we are going to focus on those 5 topics that you can see here: the renewable energy generation and infrastructure, the energy efficiency and clean cooking, finance, productive use and e-mobility, and the last is policy and regulation. So those organizations, after participating in the training of trainer, can apply for this regranting to strengthen the program that they already have, or to create new capacity building initiatives. And or they can also apply for an award fund for solutions for their trainees to access this fund to develop their innovative solutions. And we plan to have the training of trainer probably in April and September, 2 cohorts. And then the regranting will be the month after the training. And we would like to point out that we have this gender focus, targeting at least 60% of the project include transformative gender components. And of course, it's oriented toward empowering innovation. So for the open access platform, it's a centralized information center to exchange within the COP members, the community of practice members. So it will be like a soft learning hub. You'll have the opportunity for broad network connections. It will be a room for best practice dissemination between the countries, members, the categories of organizations, and this is focused on collaboration, of course. And the global exchange, we plan to support energy transition policies, like, for example, supporting the participation of the member in global exchange, like Climate Weeks, COP, maybe working toward the policy brief together, either any collaboration that the members of the community of practice would like to work on and bring to the global stages. So maybe I will give a bit more detail on the COP, because the main point of our presentation is also to show potential members what are we doing exactly in the COP. And if you would like, you're interested to join us to amplify this journey toward energy transition. So for the COP, we have mainly 3 objectives: to address the capacity needs and gaps in the energy sector with a gender transformative approach. And the second objective is to collaborate within those organizations like universities, NGOs, enterprise support organizations, the sectoral associations, and the regional and international organizations to foster collaboration among those organizations. And the third objective is to promote the knowledge sharing and collective learning, sharing best practices, and so on. So maybe just to summarize, what will be the benefit of joining the community of practice? As already presented, it will help the organization to participate in global dialogue strategy, to influence national or international policy on energy transition. The organization have also the opportunity to apply for small grants and awards support for capacity building after taking part to a training of trainer program. And of course, the biggest advantage of being in a community of practice is the opportunity to network and to collaborate with the key stakeholder among the sector, mainly across the global south, but also within the whole global area. So that's it. So if you are interested to join this community of practice, just verify there are several criteria. First, you have to, the organization have to work in one of the countries presented, which is Cameroon, Cote d'Ivoire, Madagascar, Uganda, Zambia for Africa, and Guatemala, Dominican Republic, Bolivia, and Ecuador for Latin America. And also, the organization need to be one of the 5 categories presented: universities, NGO, sectoral association, and so on. So you have here the QR code. You can scan it, and then you have access to a subscription form where you can put your details, your organization, what you're doing, and then we will contact you. So thank you very much, and we hope to have your organization being part of this journey together toward energy transition with the impulse of community of practice. Thank you.
So, Miranda, thank you very much for this wonderful presentation. And I said, for those who are interested, if you cannot get direct contact to them, you can contact me. I have the contacts. I'm part of the community of practice, and ANSOLE is playing a big role into it. And we want to promote. That's why we invited Imposa to come and present. And we are doing already networking, people and knowing each other. So I'm very proud that due to many other duties that he has, but he has sent us his presentation, which my colleague will play for us now. Veronica, you have the floor. We cannot hear you. Try to. Try again now.
Yeah.
Thank you to Ansol and Daniel and the team, and I'm really big admirers
Okay, now
of
it's
the
fine.
fantastic work you're all doing. And thank you for the opportunity to talk about some of the work that we're doing at Swansea University. So I'm just going to load my slides a second. So yes, it's a pleasure to be talking with you, and I'm really sorry I can't be there and I can't give this talk live. Unfortunately, I'll be traveling when you're listening to this, but I'm going to talk about our work on perovskite's circular economy, and then mainly on some of the programs that we run here in Swansea University. So I'm Professor Matthew Davis. I'm a UNESCO chair at Swansea University looking at sustainable energy technologies. I also have a position in University of KwaZulu-Natal, and I'm very proud of that, and my work with collaborators there. And then I also lead the Tea at Sunrise project, which is looking at next generation solar technologies and how they can really address transforming energy access. And I'm going to say a little bit about the REACH project, which has just been funded on developing perovskite manufacturing on the continent of Africa in Nigeria, with partners from across the continent, and I'm really excited by that. So just to give a little bit of context, by background, I'm a photochemist, so that's why you see these fluorescent images on the screen of methyl ammonium lead triiodide perovskite, and here's a bromide with this wonderful green emission. Really what I try to do is understand the advanced characteristics of these materials, and then use that to inform how we can recycle, remanufacture, and really design perovskites for a circular economy. I'm particularly interested in local manufacture of perovskites, developing skills and training needed to then look at also end of life. And we know waste electronic material has a huge problem globally, particularly on the continent of Africa. And if we can design these things for better end of life management and train a workforce at the same time as we develop local manufacture, my belief is holistically that is an inherently much more sustainable path forward for transforming energy access. So I work as part of the specific IKC, which is one of the largest projects we have in Swansea University, and specific looks to develop buildings as power stations. So how can we have buildings that integrate energy technologies to generate, store and release energy at the point of use? And our approach is that we both work on next generation technologies and things that are coming through, but also we're demonstrating this prospect now by building buildings and integrating technologies and proving that they work. Here are 3 such buildings on the Bay campus where I'm currently sat. This is now a security office. This is our active classroom where we teach some of our doctoral students. We have integrated photovoltaics in the roof, solar thermal down the south side, and also release and storage technologies. This is then our active office next door, which has curved photovoltaics in the roof. Then we have this combined solar thermal and solar photovoltaic system that generate heat and electricity for the building, and we have local lithium-ion storage. We then look, so the other side of this building, we also have electric vehicles, and we look at vehicle-to-grid interactions and things like that. So really, can we do more than just keep the weather out, but can we develop smart buildings? And we've also done this internationally through the Sunrise project in India, in developing a community centre, which is an active building, and the energy is used to mill and also to freeze dry flowers to develop new economic opportunity for the villagers there and act as a community hub. We're quite unique as a university project in that we have a pilot line facility around the corner. So we do fundamental research on energy technologies, but we also look at the challenges in scaling those technologies and taking them to something that is really useful. We have a large pilot line that we currently don't use for photovoltaics. We use for these sort of resistive carbon coatings for heat release technologies. But hopefully one day we'll be printing our solar cells on a large scale here and we hope to replicate this and the type of facility needed or something like this in Nigeria to manufacture perovskite modules. Okay, so I mentioned I'm a photochemist, and I had a quick look through the ANSOL program, which looks really fantastic, and I'm really, again, I'm sorry I'm missing it. And I saw there's a few talks on perovskite materials and quite fundamental. So just as a bulletin board, if you like, of what we do, we really understand the fluorescence and the photoluminescence properties. And if you're interested in things like this, we've also produced a free online tool that fits time-resolved photoluminescence decay curves of perovskites to extract really meaningful information on things like the recombination rate constants, trapping, and things like this. We then use TRPL in combination with techniques like time-resolved microwave conductivity measurements to understand how charges move effectively through the perovskite layer and really evaluate devices from a fundamental point of view. As I said, we're then interested to really get a handle on, if we recycle and reuse materials, how does that affect these fundamental properties, and how often can we do that in a worthwhile capacity. We've also looked at things like superoxide formation and prolonging the stability of these perovskite solar cells through just improving morphology, which slows down oxygen diffusion, which slows down superoxide formation, and then really helps improve stability there. The other part of the work then is really on sustainability and circular economy, and we've written a paper in Energy Environmental Science which outlines really the challenges, the drivers, and the progress towards a circular economy for perovskites. And as I mentioned at the start, really excited for holistic development around perovskites that can be really beneficial for communities and local manufacture, efficient end-of-life treatment, and things like that. We do a lot of work on green materials and solvents, being a solution process technology, and potentially a technology that we can recycle the solvents at end of life. Developing sustainable green solvents is really a high priority, and we've had some good success there. Okay, so I've mentioned circular economy, so this is why essentially I think we need to produce more circular approaches. This is currently what we do. This is our linear economy, where we extract materials from the earth, we make parts, we make products, we then sell them normally only once, and we only derive economic value at one point. At the end of life, then we collect them, they generally go to landfill or waste. So we need to do much better than this. Climate change and our use of materials are intrinsically linked. So about 2/3 of our global greenhouse gas emissions comes from the primary extraction of materials, the processing and manufacturing of goods. So ultimately, we need to try to slow down extraction of materials. That's not always possible for for renewable energy technologies, because obviously we need to deploy them as quickly as we can. So we sort of accept that we're going to need CRMs up front for the green transition, but then how do we cycle those CRMs and show really high levels of material stewardship at the end of life for those products, so we don't have to then mine materials in the same way at the same value and produce the same carbon. So really what we're looking to do is develop products that a user can maintain. When that's no longer possible, can we reuse them in a different application? When that's not possible, can we refurbish or remanufacture technologies, sometimes called closed loop recycling? So can we take a solar cell at the end of life and make a new solar cell, keeping high economic value? Things going to waste, and of course avoid people damaging their health through informal and non-safe end-of-life treatment of these technologies. We need to look for industrial symbiosis. A good example for perovskites is, can we use lead from lead-acid batteries in perovskite manufacture? And that's been shown at a lab level, but not at a commercial level. And again, things like that we need to explore, but also where we create waste in manufacturing, how can that be used in a productive manner for other industries. So really, really minimizing waste produced from the system. Wherever possible, we should incorporate biologically derived materials. I see great opportunities here for perovskites in using carbon materials that are processed from waste agriculture and biomass. So can we produce fancy carbon materials that can act as electrodes in our devices at a very low cost, but also very low environmental carbon cost as well. So, and I'm really excited by that work. Again, if you need any more evidence of why we need a circular economy, it's because we need to deploy all of these green energy technologies to mitigate climate change and the challenges we're facing. They use similar elements, and currently we show very, very low standards of material stewardship. So this is, of course, the periodic table. These are critical raw materials that are coloured in, essentially, and coloured corresponding with their current recycling rate. So for many of them, we recycle less than 1%. That's really not good enough. Some of them that have high economic value, gold and silver and copper, we recycle them quite efficiently. But we need to better design products to enable end-of-life recycling and better outcomes. So at the moment, it's not economically viable to recover lots of these materials because you use them in very small quantities and we disperse them across technologies. And of course, if we develop ways to recycle these efficiently, we can stop or improve informal handling of waste. So can we train the workforce to not need to burn things at great expense to their health and environmental damage, but can we design things that are much easier to recycle and recover these critical raw materials at end of life? We train the workforce to do this in an effective and safe manner and create jobs and an industry around local manufacture and end-of-life treatment of prospects, and this is what I'm interested in. Okay, so I'm going to do a quick rundown. I've got about 5 minutes, I think, of some of our projects. So I'll be quick. One of them is Apollo. Generally, I work on next-generation solar technologies. I am part of a European consortium that looks at developing and designing a pilot line for recycling silicon solar cells in a much more productive manner. That's ongoing and going well. What I hope to do is take lessons learned from silicon and feed them into perovskites on how we really treat these things much more efficiently at end of life. I mentioned I'm currently a UNESCO chair in Swansea, a chair in sustainable energy technologies. So just to highlight, that involves partners across the continent of Africa, but also across South and Central America, India, Malaysia, and of course the UK. And really excited to see how we can use this UNESCO chair moving forward to help build an ecosystem around sustainable technologies. And if you're interested in working with the chair, please reach out. These are the 4 objectives of the UNESCO chair. So, and they're similar to other projects we run, but the UNESCO chair came first. And it's really to help outreach and education into renewable energy technologies. So to raise awareness all the way from school children, but up to training courses for technicians, how you can plan, install and maintain renewable energy systems really effectively. How can we develop business models and entrepreneurship and opportunities for people that are conducive to the circular economy, things like servitization, business models and things like that. Of course, we want to advance technology, so we want to advance perovskites predominantly as a low-cost, efficient, and really ingrain sustainability into the technology to produce a truly sustainable energy technology that can integrate into a circular economy. We're also interested in other technologies, OPV and battery technologies and things like that. Of course, if we're going to have local manufacture of technologies, say on the continent of Africa, say in Nigeria, we need to make sure that the supply chains are there to help feed that, or to identify gaps that need to be filled to ensure that is possible. So we want to use local materials as far as possible to minimize the embodied carbon in the supply chains and things like that, to produce a low embodied energy technology that really utilizes the local materials and workforce and infrastructure. And also, can we recycle and reuse materials that may be local and feed them into manufacture? Of course, can we then redesign technologies so they're really appropriate for community users and users? And I think this is really fitting. So this is a picture of some work one of my colleagues did in a screen printing factory in Mexico. Can we use low-cost equipment to make renewable energy technologies, to make perovskite solar cells? This was used to make a perovskite module following this trip. That worked well. Can we use this low capex technology and infrastructure to make perovskites? I can see I'm running out of time, so I'll move quickly. The Tea at Sunrise program also looks to take on a lot of these challenges and to enable locally manufacturable solar supplies. We feed into the British government, to FCPO, DESNZ, DSIT, and really advise where funding is best placed to address some of these challenges. We highlight opportunities for next generation solar technologies, and really the aim is to transform energy access. We have a network, and I would invite you all to join the Tea at Sunrise network. We're trying to build a global community to advance next generation technologies. We've just been funded to deliver the REACH program, and this is really exciting. So just in my last minute, I'll just say REACH is looking to develop perovskite module manufacturing in Nigeria. It's supported by partners across South Africa, Kenya, Rwanda, and of course Nigeria. We're looking at community engagement and really understanding the needs of end users, looking at developing training programs, looking at developing fundamental improvements to perovskite technology and understanding, and putting all of that together to deliver what I think will be really sustainable modules in Nigeria. And that's the challenge ahead of us, and we hope to develop a model that is then we're able to reproduce in other countries and to develop sort of bespoke technologies that are appropriate for the country, for the region, for the communities. And this is how we do it, through a circular economy approach that really looks at design for end of life, design with communities, also chemical design. So how can we fundamentally improve longevity and things like that of this technology as much as possible to overcome some of the challenges we face. I think that is me done, so I'll try to stick to time. Thank you all for listening, and thank you again to Daniel and the ANSOL team for this opportunity. One final thing I would like to say, we're currently advertising a PhD studentship to join the UNESCO and REACH projects. It's advertised on LinkedIn. Please see the UNESCO Chair LinkedIn site for details. It does close on Monday, so please, if you're interested in that and know somebody that may be interested, please apply, and I look forward to your applications. And I would just like to say thank you very much for your attention, and I'll stop there. Thank you for your time.
That was a super presentation from Matthew, and unfortunately he's not here with us person, but the message is well delivered. I will hand over to Professor Daniel. I mean, our next speaker is Professor Ashmore, but Professor Daniel, I would like you to do the proper introduction, then we'll go ahead with his presentation.
Okay, yeah, I don't have much to say. I'm happy to present Professor Ashmore, who is my friend and who has been who did a lot for the success of this event. So you have the floor. You have 5 minutes. I'm sorry to present about the solar energy research at the Northwest University. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, okay, thank you very much. As I said, I introduced myself. I am a professor I'm an applied physicist. So what I'll just do, since I've got 5 minutes, I'll just show you some of the technologies that we managed to develop very low cost at the Northwest University. So this is my research areas, basically. We have developed solar cookers. We've done work on solar dryers. We've done also work on thermal energy storage. We are now looking at multi-purpose solar thermal and photovoltaic systems, and we've also done some work on water purification using solar collectors. So these are some of the things that we've developed. This is was like an industrial scale food dryer where we just heat up through a flat plate collector. Then we've got our food inside this dryer, and it had some storage so we could operate it continuously for 24 hours. This system actually worked. It's still available. This is another one. A PhD student was involved where we had the idea we could simultaneously cook
Yes. Thank you very much, Ashmo. That was a very insightful, brief, powerful presentation. Moving ahead, I think we have Dr. David Wakesa. Dr. David, you have the floor.
Okay, Dr. Devi also have 5 minutes.
Yes.
Okay. Katrinyeri, can you quickly present, go have to gain time? Dr. Wekesa is not around. So Katrinyeri is also not available. So we will continue with our own presentation, I think, yeah. Nina?
Yes. Okay, Catherine is not here yet, but we can just move ahead to the presentation.
Also.
Hi, everyone. We're happy to be here in this 14th anniversary of the International Conference of of ANSOL and the first WAITRO SDG conference. And we'll be presenting ANSOL and its two pillars, which is the international and the national aspect of ANSOL. I mean, as we all know, we are African Network for Solar Energy. This initiative was first initiated by some group of persons in Africa, and that took place in Sousse, Tunisia. And ANSO was formally launched on the 4th of February 2011 at Johannes Kepler University, Linz. And so far, we've moved into a legal entity registered here in
Presentation mode. Okay. Presentation mode. Yeah, okay, continue.
Apologies for that. Yeah, and ANSO has over 1,000 members in 45 African countries and 31 non-African countries. And we also have less than 300 universities who are members of ANSOLE. And so far in ANSO, we have also conducted scientific events in 17 countries. And we also have fellowship programs, which have also graduated 15 PhD candidates. And through ANSO, we also into information distribution. We have also we have most information published on social media, our magazine, and also on our websites. This was the where ANSO was officially initially the conversations were bettered, and this is when it was officially launched in Linz in 2011. Our goals. We foster technical and vocational training and education that activate in renewable energy at various skills levels. That's basically capacity building. And we also foster research activities in renewable energy among African countries. And actually, we've worked in a lot of African countries like Nigeria, Kenya, Cameroon, and the likes. And we also promote and encourage the use of renewable energy in Africa. I think one of the recent research we did was in Nigeria, where we had a research program with Office of the Bundestag here in Germany, in some African countries, and Nigeria was one of them on green hydrogen and how that can be used for energy, clean energy in Africa. And if you look at this chart here, we have the map of Africa, and also which also depicts lack of energy, electricity in some of the countries. And also, if you look at also this chart, that's energy deficit in the world. And if you look at the number one and the number two, we have Nigeria, we have DRC, and we have Ethiopia. And I always say when you talk about energy poverty in the world, it always has the face of Africa. And that's why we need to continue to have these conversations, continue to research, continue to come up with solutions to for a proper energy transition and also access to energy within deficient countries. Still talking about energy, we are also members of the Energy Compact, and some of our Energy Compact summary are committing to accelerate the adoption and development of renewable energy solutions for Africa by training specialists to deploy RE in access deficit communities, by developing research and innovations, fostering Pan-African cooperation, creating matchmaking platform. I think one of the speakers spoke about matchmaking. ANSOL is also, this is something we also working behind scenes to also matchmake individuals in Africa with also some companies and funders here in Europe. And I mean, I think I previously said this, and so we've conducted a lot of conferences, workshops, symposiums, summer schools, and we also had partnerships with the likes of UNESCO and a lot of organizations. And we also have done we also have created mediation of institutions and laboratories in Africa and elsewhere, also facilitated scientific project consortia and RE-related activities, organization of African students visit in Europe, just like Professor Gernot mentioned, the Erasmus scholarship, in which ANSOL also is part and parcel of. And of course, our continuation of activities, we all have media partnership, GFAT for development, ANSOLE e-magazine, website, mailing list, WhatsApp groups, which these are all which we use in disseminating information for everyone to be in touch and also get the right information they need in taking their career or whatever the necessary information they need. And these are some of the projects we plan on taking on the latter part of this year: the matchmaking platform, entrepreneurship, more webinars, and the likes. And at this point, I would like to hand over to Professor Daniel to take us on the national activities of ANSOLE. Thank you.
Veronica, the slide were not moving, at least on my screen. I'm not seeing the slide change.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know whether the others have noticed that, or maybe my screen, I'm having an issue. Did you see the change of slide? No, okay, so please go in that mode. So at the local level, we have, I would say, two main projects. One is called AMA, Anlaufstelle für Menschen afrikanischer Herkunft, which is, we can say, a focal point of people of African origin, where we do counseling and support of migrants, whether students, refugees, and so on and so forth. So, and within that program, we also organize a yearly Africa Days, which consists of a conference on Africa, where we want to portray a positive image about the African continent here in our city and in the surrounding. And then we, as I said, apart from the conference, we do other aspects like African market, and which portray a positive image of the African continent. The very important project that we've been doing just since 2021, when we initiated it, was a magazine on migration. So, and this magazine will be presented this afternoon by my colleague, Isabella Schneider. And this magazine, where we try to do interviews of migrants, whether they are refugees, whether they are students. And a very important aspect about this magazine is that we are now, let me say, a focal point of students, some of the students doing communications from the University of Erfurt and the University of Jena. So at present, we have around 4 to 5 interns, which makes us to be really a blessing for many African students. Not only African students, but also American students are coming to us to do their internship. And I said, ANSOL has been called to be a blessing. So I always try to make people know that I'm a believing Christian, and as a believing Christian, whatever I'm doing should have the purpose of serving. And I said, when ANSOL was created, we had a word from the Bible, which was Genesis chapter 12, verse 2. I shall bless you, and you'll be a blessing. So we think as ANSOL, whatever we are doing, whether it's at the international level or at the local level, we want to serve humanity, we want to serve people. And just to conclude, we are expecting you to join our network if you are interested. And if you go on our website, you will find a lot of information about us, and also be part of this blessing organization. And that's why we decided today to bring different organizations, different initiatives for you to see the different possibility for you to participate in energy transition and so on and so forth, and in the whole idea of sustainability. So I will say thank you for being here and thank you for listening to our talk. Although the images have not changed, we are not changing, but I think you've got the information. Most of the information are found on our website, and if you need more, you can contact us. Thank you very much. So those were supposed to present now Dr. Wekesa, if it's around, or Catherine Nyeri.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, so you have 5 minutes.
You can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. You can share your screen.
Just give me the administrative rights to share.
You can share without everybody can share. Just share. You can share your screen. Have you put us off? What control? Go and check what is going on there.
You can just come here.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, please speak, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. My name is David from the Department of Physics at Multimedia University of Kenya. Let me put my slide, I hope it's on the slideshow mode. Are my slides moving?
Yeah.
So I'm going to present to you about energy modeling, and my focus is on how to identify the best location, especially for solar and wind power, through energy modeling. And basically, energy use, of course, has many case studies, like the case study of US, whereby it is applied in most of the sectors. And coming back to sub-Saharan Africa, you'll notice that a little country-level research has been done, especially with respect to renewables. And here I've just done a mapping on which countries actually are ahead. And the case example is Nigeria, which has made some effort to do a number of research in this field. I'll go to Kenya case, whereby Kenya is in East Africa, and I will use a case study of our energy mix, whereby 95% of our energy mix is on renewables, where it means we actually have diversified electricity mixes. And with that, it gives us an opportunity to use what we call cost optimization models, especially when we are looking at the capacity expansion planning. That also means with the optimization models, you can be able to predict what we call the committed demand. And with that, it means it comes with new technologies. And some of these new technologies require robust modeling outcomes. But these modeling outcomes have a lot of potential proposals. They are not so specific on where to locate or where to build these power plants. And that's why now the geospatial is very important to come and actually bridge the gap. And that's where I will focus on. So going into the geospatial modeling, here in our research center, we actually take either experimental methods which help us, especially in the validation, but mostly we are using the theoretical methods, which is easy, and you can be able to actually model different scenarios. So here are just the steps we take. I will not go into these details because I will share the slides. These are the common methods that actually have been used before, and they are being used in our global databases. But now our new approach is to squarely or go deeper, come up with a starting point where we want to map maybe the entire region or the entire country. Then we do the exclusion of those of the unsuitable areas. After we have excluded that, we look at now the expected LCOE, and we rank that LCOE based on the one that will give us the lowest cost in terms of the CAPEX and the OPEX. So these are the outcomes we get after we have done the exclusion and identify the potential areas. These are the steps for wind, or the outcomes you get from the after the mapping and doing the geospatial analysis. So you can actually go country by country and map now the entire African continent, as you can see. So these are just now for each selected country. This is what you'll get from our profile after doing the geospatial analysis. So focusing on Kenya, we have done just the geospatial analysis for particular regions for solar potential, like we are having 96 gigawatts of solar potential in Kenya. Then for wind, it's about 86 gigawatts. Then, of course, from there, we now come up with the point to build for Kenya case, which can inform the stakeholders. And as we do that, we summarize to data which now can be put into implementation by our various stakeholders, as you can see. Then from there, we can now prioritize the potential sites that can inform the renewable energy investment and also the government. So I think that is in a nutshell what we do in my research center, which of course involves a number of stakeholders, including the government. And I end with this quote that says, it always seems impossible until it is done by our own Nelson Mandela. Thank you so much.
So thank you very much, Dr. Wekesa, for the presentation. And just to gain time, I call Catherine Nyeri to present on the school car. You have the floor. So, Professor, okay. Catherine?
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Catherine Nyarai from Kenya, and I'm here to present about SCOCA. SCOCA means Scientist of Kenya Association, and basically it's a scientist association that is registered in Kenya. So I can try. Okay. So about SCOCA, this is a non-profit organization that we launched in October 2023, and it's there to enhance scientific research and innovation. Our mandate basically is to promote science and research, to advocate for scientists, to enhance the public understanding of science, to facilitate networking and collaboration, and also to bridge the gap in STEM in general. We have a vision and a mission. So basically our vision, it's just to ascend, to bring up people up to speed with scientific methods and innovations. And our mission basically is to champion the cause for Kenyan scientists and deliver unwavering support, basically. The things that we do capacity building initiatives. This is where we meet up, do a few buildings like visiting companies and meeting with superior and senior professors who guide us through. We do scholarships as well. We also do career growth opportunities. We do institutional and industrial visits. We've visited the EABL, which is the East Africa Breweries. We've visited the Highlands Company. We visited a number of companies. We do networking as well, and we foster a scientific culture in Kenya, basically. So the fields of interest that we actually register in our association, we have biological sciences, forensic sciences, we have food sciences and technology. We also do environmental sciences, and last but not least, the physical sciences. So for you to become a member, basically, if you're a graduate or a professor, we have different charges. So you have charges for you to join, and we also have the renewal charges. We take in undergraduate, graduates, professors, corporate members, and also international scientists. So currently, we have ongoing initiatives. We have one that's called Sayansi kwa Watoto na Vijana. Basically, in English, that is taking science to children and the youth. And then we'll also be celebrating the International Pi Day. Additionally, we have a mentor-mentee pair program. This is where basically, if you're a member of our association, we have senior mentors, and we allocate mentees for them, where you can have a one-on-one conversation and follow-ups with them, so that you can actually benchmark and understand what it calls for to be a professor or to be in this line. So we have a few stakeholders. So we've met with a few universities like the Masai Mara, the Kimathi. We've also had meetings with the Public Commission of Education. We've met with the public service as well. And also we've had a number of international people come and help us like learn about DNA, forensic sciences as well. So our partners, basically, so the government of Kenya is a partner. We have Kenya, which basically deals with food biologists. We have the University of Nairobi. We have NRF, which is the National Research Fund of Kenya. We have KEMRI. This is the Kenya Medical Research Institute. We have the National Biosafety Association as well. We have Tropical Heat, which is a company that manufactures crisps and basically food stuff. We have NACOSTI, which deals with drugs. We have the government chemist department, which basically facilitates the forensic sciences. We have the Glass Glow Expert Witness Services, which is based in Scotland. So they've come into Kenya a number of times, and they've taken us through forensic sciences, and we've actually partnered with them quite well. We have the Royal Society of Chemistry. We have the Pan-Africa Chemistry Network as well. We also have the EABL, which is the East Africa Breweries Company. And then we have Carlo, which is for agriculture. Yes, basically that is it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Catherine, for the presentation of SCOCA. And yeah, thank you for everybody, for all those who presented in this first session, which was based on presentation of institutions. We are sorry when we were presenting our ANSOL, things did not go well, but you know, we as organizers, we've not had enough time to make things move well. But however, you've enjoyed this first part of this first session of our event, and with very nice talks from China, from South Korea, from Austria, from Kenya, from Germany, and they are from Madagascar. So it's very rich. Now we'll have had 20 minutes break, but we have not only 10 minutes break. So we'll continue at 11:20. So you have time to go and eat yourself and take a cup of coffee and come back. So 11:20 we'll continue. Thank you. While we are in break, I will just make some few announcements. The next presenter will be Dr. Ineke Marsh from Netherlands, our national representative of the national representative of ANSOL in the Netherlands, and who has been very instrumental in many ways for ANSOL. She helped us get some funding from the city of Utrecht to support one of our fellows who is here also, Dr. Rahimat. He's now a doctor. By then she was still a student, a PhD student at Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology in Ghana. So she's now a doctor and also winner of Women in Science Laureate Prize, UNESCO Laureate Prize of Women in Science in 2023. And she will be doing a postdoc now in South Africa. I'm very proud of her. And she will be chairing one of the sessions, and her student, her master student, will be presenting also today or tomorrow. And Dr. Ineke is a faithful ANSOL member since she joined ANSOL in 2000, I think, was it 12? Yeah. And she's been supporting me behind the scene, doing a lot of things. So I'm so happy to have her. And a network is built around such people like Dr. Ineke and others, and I'm happy very much to have her as our member. And so wait until listen to her at 11:20. Yeah. I want also to say that those the next after Dr. Ineke, we'll have had a talk from Mr. Omar from Jordan, and he suddenly sent us a message that he cannot be available today, and he don't have time to prepare to send us his lecture, so that the person after him, Mr. Wolfram, should prepare himself to present already 15 minutes before time. Yeah. So I will ask him to prepare himself already, and that will continue like that. Those who will just continue after Mr. Wolfram, and the next person will take over. So the person from Jordan is not available. Yeah. So his time will have been 11:40. So the person Jordan will have presented 11:40. So Mr. Wolfram, you are going to present at 11:40. So it's now time. We can start. Ineke, you have the floor.
Okay, hello, David. Hello, Daniel.
Yeah,
I was a session chair.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Okay, Enike, all right. Thank you very much. I'm supposed to be the session chair for this session. I mean, it's the general overview of topics, I think the general topics. So our first presenter is Dr. Enike Malsh. Probably, Doctor, you can just introduce yourself briefly, 30 seconds, then you may proceed with your presentation. Okay, over to you, Enike. You're muted. Yes, you can unmute yourself.
Yes, thank you for inviting me to give a presentation here at your international conference. And I'm also very happy about your warm introduction, Daniel, about me earlier. Yes, like you said, I'm the Dutch representative of ANSOLE since 2012, I believe. And I'm also my own boss, so I have a consultancy specializing in ethical and social aspects of new technologies based in Utrecht. Yeah, so...
Mary,
sorry?
voor die Meva.
Yeah.
Kindly mute
En
yourselves.
nilikuwa nataka ufungue hiyo mlango.
Yes, could you kindly mute
Voor die
yourselves?
Meva.
Catherine.
Okay. I've sent in my a recording of my presentation, and now I realize that I cannot present it without the recording. So I will just shut up and just let you hear the recording itself. And hopefully there will be a bit of time to ask some questions. I must say that I focus on a case study which I analyzed of hydrogen storage in cell caverns in the Netherlands, and unfortunately not in Africa. But it might be good to try to think about how value conflicts or ethical impacts will be dealt with in your own country, and whether we can learn from each other in that. Okay, so I will start the presentation. Good morning. My name is Ineke Mals, and I would like to tell you about a case study of ethical impacts and value conflicts around hydrogen storage in cell caverns in my own country, the Netherlands. So I'm my own boss. I'm the director of my own company, consultancy on ethics and societal aspects of new technologies. I'm graduated in physics and I have a PhD in philosophy. And the topic of my thesis was ethics and international governance of nanotechnology. I'm also the Dutch representative of ANSOLE since 2012. The case study I want to discuss with you is real happening today. In the Netherlands. It is part of the European Union ambition to become the first climate neutral continent by 2050. And the development of a hydrogen economy with green hydrogen is part of this solution to become climate neutral in 25 years. And this is only possible if large-scale storage of hydrogen is part of a broader hydrogen using network. It is sort of a step between production with renewable energy sources and use in industry and household. Cell caverns under land or sea offer promising storage options. And in the Netherlands, the government wants to buy out one salt cavern around about now, and then upscale to 3 or 4 salt caverns in 5 years, and then maybe in the longer term. And they are developing an intelligent infrastructure connecting industrial clusters in the country. And this is based on the natural gas pipelines. And this location where they are focusing on Zuidwending in the province of Groningen is relatively short distance from this natural gas infrastructure. So the length of the pipeline to be constructed can be limited. And they want to store gas temporarily in salt caverns. And at this location, the salt structure and quality are known. And they are actually already using the salt caverns to buffer natural gas since 15 years. And the local residents are already familiar with salt extraction and also with natural gas buffering. Have been considered some alternative locations for salt caverns, but they're still too far away in Haaksbergen, which is more to the southeast, and also offshore under the North Sea. Now, I'm not really going into the technology and the infrastructural aspects, but I've looked at this case from an ethical impact assessment perspective. So I've applied the methodology which was developed in other projects, Satori, and which was described in a workshop agreement or a pre-standard by the standardization body SEN. And basically this method, and we applied this methodology in our project risk on different cases where nanomaterials were used. Basically a 6-step procedure. So you start by screening ethical impacts with a checklist of 9 general ethical categories. Then you create an ethical impact assessment, and if you consider that there are significant ethical issues, then you identify ethical impacts based on literature or discussions with stakeholders, evaluate the found ethical issues and conflicts of values from the perspective of ethical theories. You draft recommendations and discuss them with stakeholders, and then let an external ethicist evaluate audit your procedure. And you can see some online tools which we use, and also a publication where we describe how we tested this methodology on cases. So in this case, I looked at literature to identify ethical impacts which are already known or identified. And then if you look at impacts on health, mainly maybe some risks to health and safety of local residents, and the risks are expected to be comparable to those of the current storage of natural gas, but they're still investigating these risks. So that's why I think the estimate of a 1 to 5 point scale is minor, but it still has to be addressed. Then social justice and equity, there is a problem with division of risks and benefits. So the benefits are mainly to companies, the Dutch state, and citizens of this storage of hydrogen in salt cavern, while any risks for health, safety, and the environment are borne by local residents, which is comparable to the effects of natural gas extraction and storage in the environment. So I think this is more significant, so it's moderate risk. Then there's also issues related to the common good, risks to the safety of employees have to be assessed, and so cultural heritage may be at risk, but this is more a perception because the methodology is different than the current storage of natural gas or extraction of natural gas, which has created earthquakes. And then there's possible risks to the environment, which have to be investigated. External to the project, there could also be issues potential. So various other malicious parties could use this big infrastructure to create risk for society, but it's probably comparable to natural gas storage. And also the emergence of artificial intelligence could bring potential benefits as well as risks to this, which have to be thought in the future. And after you've identified the potential risks, you have to evaluate from the perspective of an ethical theory. And I want to zoom into one specific issue, namely the risks to social justice, the sharing of opportunities and risks between different groups in society. And then you see that it's not just equity or social justice theories, but there's sort of distinction between procedural, distributive, recognition, justice, and some publications also discuss energy justice more specifically. In this case, decision-making about large-scale interventions on the living environment, such as storage of hydrogen in salt caverns in the Dutch soil, initially takes the form of procedural justice. So there are laws and regulations which lay down which organizations and citizens are allowed to give their opinion on plans that are available for inspection at what time, how they should be dealt with by the government and the organizations involved. And these procedures have recently changed due to the introduction of new environmental planning acts in the Netherlands. In addition to changing interpretation of theory, there's also more and more interest in the concept of distributive justice. Distributive justice is important in decision-making about hydrogen storage in salt caverns because the choice fell on a location in the province of Groningen, which has already been disproportionately confronted with risks of natural gas extraction in the past. Now the benefits benefited the economy, companies, and Dutch society as a whole. Also, it's important to take this distributive justice into account. And there's also discussion about recognition. Many people who have been confronted with unfair treatment in the past are more sensitive to getting into another situation which they consider unfair. Then you have to not only evaluate the ethical impacts from a perspective of ethical theories, but you also have to balance value conflict. So I've looked at not only at potential ethical, negative ethical impacts, but also where this could have potential benefits. Then you see that I highlight the social justice, this division of benefits and risk as a main negative issue, and also the sustainability, which is sort of a promise of a benefit, because storage in salt caverns of hydrogen is part of the energy transition and which is intended to support the hydrogen economy and therefore also contribute to sustainable development. So have to sort of balance those two ethical, those two values. In the procedure in which I'm using, you have to sort of make a choice or try to balance these two ethical principles. There are 5 rules of thumbs to sort of decide on how to approach this. And the first is simply look at which of the conflicting values is fundamental and priority to that. But unfortunately, both values are fundamental. So all people have equal rights. So unequal distribution of benefits and burdens is unjust. But on the other hand, combating climate change is in the public interest. So it will benefit humanity as a whole. So then you move to the second rule of thumb to try to solve it. And then you have to estimate the severity of the damage and choose an action that leads to threatens fundamental assets. So investigating potential risks to the residents and the environment is one step to approach that. But the problem is that this doesn't solve the issues for distributive justice and recognition. So those people are still once again at risk, and other people have the benefits. So rule of two is also not the right answer. And you have to sort of imagine the future and project moral values in situations where the two fundamental values are equally threatened, and determine which value is the most important in that situation. The problem is, if you imagine a real concrete case, like hydrogen storage is realized in salt caverns in the Groningen, then still conflicting values are important. So because distributive justice and recognition are neither more or less important than sustainable development. Okay, then the fourth kind of rule of thumb is to negotiate value conflict between stakeholder representatives. And this is actually happening in current negotiations. So residents and other stakeholders already have a say and are regularly informed about the project. But this is done through a form of procedural justice. And in the way it's approached at this moment, questions about distributive justice and recognition do not fit well into this. And next slide, I can sort of illustrate what happens then. So there was a question of participants asking, residents of the province of Groningen have suffered a lot from gas extraction. So this is a question about recognition. Gas extraction has yielded billions to the state treasury, and some multinationals has left many residents with material and immaterial damage and misery. Ensure that this project does not lead to the same drama in miniature for the residents of Ommelanderwijk and Zuidwending. It should not be the case that this relatively small group of residents of Groningen in the Netherlands will be the victim of a large project, will soon earn many millions and probably benefit many people and companies at home and abroad. So this is asking about distributive justice. And then the answer was, everyone is free to make use of the objection and appeal procedures in accordance with the laws and regulations. So this is sort of the answer is from a perspective of procedural justice, which doesn't answer the questions at all. We have to move to the last rule of thumb, avoid the conflict of values by changing the situation. So indeed, there are two ways to change this situation. One is to broaden the dialogue. Local residents and stakeholders co-create acceptable solutions for distributive justice and recognition by also involving ethicists and social scientists who are have knowledge about dealing with procedural ethics and recognition, and not only with distributive justice and recognition, and not just procedural ethics, and then try to negotiate solution which is acceptable to local residents. And the other option is to just take a few steps back. Broaden the number of options of 4 locations of salt caverns, and together with stakeholders weigh up the choice for this location is Zuidwending with an alternative Haaksbergen and offshore storage. There really no other choice to be made, and what are the pros and cons of the different options? So these are sort of possible solutions to get out of this dilemma. For this specific case study. But of course, we're not living in the Netherlands, you're in your own country, mostly in Africa. So I'm very curious to know how are stakeholders engaged in decision-making on hydrogen economy projects in your country? Are ethical dilemmas and value conflicts sufficiently considered in your opinion? Which relevant ethical issues deserve more attention in your case? And who parties should table the dialogue about them? Who should then implement the recommendations? So is it the government, or is it industry, or universities have a role to play? I'm very curious to hear about that. Thank you for your time. And
Okay,
Hello.
thank you, Ineke,
So
for
I hope
such.
it was clear, the presentation.
Yes, we could hear it. Thank you for such an insightful presentation. I think we have time for one or two questions. Any questions or any comments? Any questions or any comments? It seems like people are not asking. Maybe it's because it's a bit complicated and people do not understand. But I have just a simple question as the chair. I mean, how do you think this same study that you've done will compare if you were supposed to do it in Africa, like in an African environment?
Well, I think then international relations are much would be more to the fore. So I've heard about projects where European industry and governments are trying to collaborate with African countries on the African on the hydrogen economy and produce hydrogen in Africa and then transport it via pipelines to Europe. And then, of course, the main issue would be how to make sure that it's also benefiting the local population, especially in a situation where in many countries people don't even have access to electricity in their villages. Then there would be different questions which come to the fore, I can imagine. But the procedure, so this ethical impact assessment process is very open. So it's basically sort of guiding you through taking into account all the issues and making sure that you discuss all the issues you find, but also all the recommendations with stakeholders in your technology. Yeah.
Thank you once again for such an enlightful presentation. So without wasting any time, I present the next presenter. You just need to at least introduce yourself briefly. I think it's Professor Omar Kazale. I mean, you can share your screen and start your presentation.
Prof. Ashmo, Dr. Omar is not. He's there. Okay.
He's there. That's why I said. I mean, he's there. I looked at the passage. So, Dr. Omar, you can start introducing yourself briefly and just in 30 seconds, then continue with your presentation.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I am Omar Kazagala, Wind Energy Specialized Studies at the Royal Scientific Society. Today, I will present an interesting topic to share how Jordan is harnessing wind power to meet Sustainable Development Goal 7 and foster sustainable energy solution. Let's overview our talks. We will cover the importance of wind energy in Jordan, its potential and the technology behind it, financial aspects, policies, challenges, and our plans for the future, ending with its expected impact. We will discuss Jordan's reliance on imported fuels and how wind energy can help reduce this dependency, lower emissions, and drive growth despite facing challenges such as fossil fuel subsides and complex permits. We will explore solution and policy reforms aimed at making wind energy a central part of our sustainable future. Let's begin with global context. As oil price fluctuate, more countries more turning to renewable energy. Jordan aims for renewables to account for 29.1% of our energy by 2024. With 94% of our energy currently from expensive import and rising demand due to regional conflicts, shifting to renewables like solar, wind, and biomass is crucial. By 2022, we plan for 10% of our energy to be renewable to reduce pollution and economic problems. Wind energy is promising, especially in some areas in Jordan, like Tafila and Ma'an and Aqaba, help us reduce important fuel and meet our SDG7 and Vision 2030 goals. However, high import cost and grid integration challenges are significant obstacles. Let's look at where we can use wind energy in Jordan. This map, in this slide show different areas, especially around Tafila and Ma'an. These places have strong wind, perfect for big wind farms. And looking for the colors green and red, this represent the wind speed of some areas in Jordan. The average speed reach above 12.5 meter per second in some areas. This mean we have great spots to set up wind turbines to produce clean energy and reduce our need for imported fuels. This slide shows information about wind speed in different areas in Jordan. We use data from a monitoring station to know how the speed of wind based on the presented table below. Here you can see the names of places and their wind speeds in meter per second. For example, Tafila 2 has the highest wind speed of 8.54 meter per second, which is very good for generating energy with wind turbine. Other places like Haifa and Ibrahimiyya have also strong winds. High wind speed are great because they help us produce more energy from wind. This slide discusses how important wind energy is for Jordan. We are using the wind to generate electricity, which help us use less oil and gas from other countries. This is good for our environment and meets our goals for clean energy. The figure show a wind turbine at Refugee located in Amman, Jordan, which this turbine is very powerful, can make a clean energy. It is an example of how Jordan is using new technology to get better at making energy and at generating energy from wind. This slide shows important energy projects in Jordan. We have several big projects like Haifa and Tafila. These projects help make a lot of electricity from wind. By 2021, Jordan installed 622 megawatt of wind energy. This covers about 11% of all electricity we use every year. The pie chart here show how much power each project produce. This is how Jordan is leading in using clean energy in our region, in the Middle East. The two slide, this and this will talk about the technology aspect of wind energy. we explore how the wind energy technology works. Firstly, we've made turbines bigger and better. They are taller, capture more wind, and use lightweight materials like carbon fiber for the blades. These make them very efficient. And the point two, we compare onshore and offshore wind farm. Onshore wind farm are cheaper and easier to build, but might use a lot of land and maybe noisy. And offshore built in sea face stronger, more consistent wind, but are more expensive because the deep water platforms they required. We also discuss the border impact of these technologies. Larger turbine lower the cost of the energy over the time and significantly cut CO2 emissions. Still, the challenge is integrating this fluctuating power source into our grid. We use a smart grid and storage system like batteries and hybrid to manage this, ensuring stable, interrupted wind power use. Also, I will talk financial and economic consideration into slide. Initially, setting up wind farms as costly because expensive, like land and grid updates. However, the operational costs are low, which save money in the long run and help stabilize electricity price. This can reduce national spending on imported oil and create jobs in turbine production and structure of improvement. The government support these efforts with tax break, streamlined power sales, and reduced equipment tariffs, making it cheaper to start project. The financing remain a challenge, especially securing large loans from local banks. Public-private partnership can mitigate this by sharing risk and providing funds for major projects. With collaboration efforts and improved policies, we can increase our wind power and reduce imports, as well as boost local economics. Here, I will talk about the policy, the Jordan's policies and regulation to support wind energy development. We have a Green Growth National Action Plan for 2021 to 2025, which outlined our strategy to expand renewable energy, like wind energy. This plan demonstrate Jordan's commitment to environmental sustainability. Our laws support this growth too. The renewable energy and energy efficiency law provide feed-in tariffs, ensuring renewable energy producers are paid fairly for the electricity they generate. Additionally, the National Energy Master Strategy, which covered 2007 to 2020, focus on increase our use of renewable energy source like wind and solar, and stabilize our energy supply. However, implementing this initiative comes with challenges. We use plan and proposal to attract investment, but issues like land acquisition, delays and grid limitations can impede progress. Looking ahead, we aim to modernize our energy grid, streamline the permitting process, reduce reliance depend on fossil fuel, enhance partnership with private sector, and improve our capacity for cross-border energy trade. This slide show the key challenges we face in growing wind energy in Jordan. These challenges are grouped into many areas. The first area is a technical issue like grid limit because the fast development in a project of wind energy is fast. The grid cannot always keep up. This mismatch causes us to lose some of the energy we produce. Also, need for battery storage. The wind does not blow all the time. So we need ways to store the energy, like battery, to keep the power steady, especially the grid is weak. The second obstacle from public and private sectors, slow process. It takes a long time to get the permission. We need to build a new wind turbine project, and the investors are worried because the rules changing, and the financial risk make investors slowing down their support. Also, economic hurdles. The high cost of starting large wind project requires a lot of money, which can be a barrier. Also, financial challenges. It's hard to get enough local money to fund this project. Finally, community connection. Debts in the community. Some people are unsure if the wind energy is really beneficial.
Dr. Omar, sorry, I have to interject you. The time is running up. I'll give you 2 more minutes or 1 more to round up.
Okay. Here, I will talk about the recommendation to enhance the wind energy, like fast modernize grid by updating our grid to add many projects of wind. Also improve incentive for investment, strengthen regulation coherence, extend financial instrument, and collaboration stakeholder with government and the private sector, and advocate workplace development and research by support the education, education. In this slide, suggestion about the strategy for energy sector. The use offshore wind turbine in the Jordan can help to get more renewable energy in Jordan and reduce the CO2 emission. The model, and also use model for hybrid renewable energy, like battery for store wind energy, and reduce the fluctuation of wind. Advanced grid technology, and like use AI models for prediction of the wind. Here in this slide is expected the effect of the wind energy integration, like enhanced security of energy, consistent economic development, and environmental sustainability. Here, in conclusion, Jordan, plentiful wind energy resource and forward-thinking policies provide us with a real chance to become more energy independent. We've seen how updating our grid, introducing financial innovations, and making permitting easier can speed up the use of wind energy. Wind projects do not just supply power; they create jobs, grow our economy, and help environment. By combining wind energy with other renewable sources, the Jordan can enjoy more suitable power supplies and take leadership role in sustainable energy. And I finish. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Engineer Omar, or Dr. Omar. We
Engineer
are
Omar.
running, Engineer, yes. I saw that on your presentation, yes. Anyway, we're running out of time, but we'll take a very short, 10 seconds question, if anyone has a question.
Okay.
Yes, anyone, you can unmute yourself if you've got a question. All right. Anyway, Omar, thank you very much for your presentation. People who want to talk to him can do it via the chat. So without wasting any time, I'll introduce the next speaker who's, I don't know if it's a Mr., Miss, or a Dr. Mbaso. He's going to present on the advancing solar energy deployment in Africa, challenges, opportunities, and pathways of a sustainable energy transition. Dr. Mbaso, you can share your screen and briefly introduce yourself. Yes. Thank you very much. Okay, over to you. Can you put it in the presentation mode? Then you can begin. Oh, it seems we've lost him.
Sorry, I had some issues, and then let me reshare again. Sorry, very sorry. Okay, let me do it now. Firstly, and let's go. Oh, yes. Good morning, everybody. I'm going to present our research team based on advancing solar energy development in Africa, challenges, opportunities, and pathways for sustainable energy transition. Our team has built all this project in order to participate in this important conference, but I've pre-recorded my presentation, so I'm going to share it so that everybody can hear it smoothly.
Okay. Okay, you may proceed playing your presentation.
My great pleasure to present today at ANSOLE'S anniversary International Online Conference and first WAITRO Sustainable Development 7 Working Group Online Conference. My name is Wolfgang Zibaso, and I'm presenting this work in collaboration with Amber Harrison, Idris Dagan, Ali Jangi, and Jibo Henry. Today I will discuss advances of energy deployment in Africa, challenges, opportunities, and pathways for sustainable energy transition. This work highlights the current state of solar energy deployment, the barriers limiting its expansion, and the technological, economic, and policy solutions that can accelerate its adoption.
Sorry, I'm not sure we are seeing your presentation. Sorry.
Yeah.
I think we are not seeing your presentation. Colleagues, you can confirm that we're not seeing the presentation, is it? We're just seeing one slide.
Yes,
We
it's
can't
still
see.
on the first page.
Yeah,
You're not seeing it?
Yeah.
Sorry,
Still on the
Dr.
first
Mbaso.
page.
Dr. Mbaso.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, can you reshare your screen? I think we're still seeing the first page. I don't know why. I mean, you remember you said you recorded it, so automatically when you play it, we're supposed to see it. We're only seeing the first introductory page.
Okay, let me
just play it first.
Present it live. Just present it live.
Okay, I can do so. No problem.
Okay. Yeah, just put it in presentation mode.
And present it yourself.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. Depending on where you are joining from, it's my great pleasure to present today at ANSOLE 13 International Anniversary online conference, and the first WAITRO SDG7 Working Group online conference. My name is Profan Fenzimbaso, and I'm presenting this work in collaboration with Amber Harrison, Idris Dagal, Pradip Jangir, and Jimbo Henry Alombo. Today, I will discuss about advancing solar energy deployment in Africa, challenges, opportunities, and pathways for sustainable energy transition. This work highlights current state of solar energy deployment, economic and policy solutions that can accelerate its adoption. Africa has one of the highest solar energy potential in the world, with annual solar irradiation levels ranging from 5 to 7 kilowatt hour per meter square. Despite this abundance, more than 600 million people across the continent still lack access to reliable electricity. Solar PV systems, high renewable energy setups, and AI-based optimization techniques offer promising solutions to bridge this energy gap. However, deployment is slowed by financial and regulatory barriers, which I will elaborate on shortly. The adoption of solar energy in Africa has been growing, but progress varies by region. South Africa, Egypt, and Morocco lead in grid connected solar capacity,
Your
while
slides are
Kenya
not
and Rwanda.
changing.
Doctor, sorry,
Your
Dr.
slides are
Mbaso, are not going through your slides. I don't know why. Maybe you can you try to put it, is it already in the presentation mode from your side?
Yes, I can confirm. I was trying to move on, but you're not seeing anything?
Oh, we cannot see it, but it happens. Anyway, what you can do, I don't know, maybe you just put it, then you go slide by slide. You remove
go slide by
sorry.
slide. It's easy.
Presentation
Yeah,
mode.
continue because time is passing. Just continue where you stop the slide number 3 or 4.
Yeah, I think I was on slide number 3. Yeah. Okay, I was meaning the adoption of solar energy. Are you seeing my screen now, please?
We are on the solar energy status in Africa. That's fine.
Yes, great. Thank you very much. The adoption of solar energy in Africa has been growing, but progress varies by region. South Africa, Egypt, and Morocco lead in grid-connected solar capacity, while Kenya and Rwanda have embraced off-grid and mini-grid systems to electrify rural areas. Moreover, innovative financing models like pay-as-you-go, pioneered by companies like M-Copper or Babybox, are making solar energy more accessible to households. Key challenges in solar energy deployment. Despite progress, several challenges hinder large-scale solar energy deployment. We have, for example, the financial barriers, the high initial cost of $800,000 to $1.2 million per megawatt makes investment difficult, especially without sufficient subsidies and financing. Technical barriers, the second point, solar intermittency and storage limitations create reliability concerns. The third point is the regulatory and policy issues. Bureaucratic delays and unclear incentives slow down adoption of solar energy. These challenges are summarized in this pie chart that we are seeing, showing how financial, technical, and policy issues contribute to this problem. Next on, we are going to discuss about the technological innovations. Fortunately, advancements in solar PV technology are improving efficiency and affordability. Some key breakthroughs include bifacial solar panels, which capture sunlight from both sides and offer 10 to 20% higher efficiency. Perovskite solar cells, which could reach efficiency of 22 to floating PV farms in Egypt and Ghana, which optimization enhances solar forecast energy more efficient. Is that okay? Hybrid renewable energy systems. One promising approach is to use the hybrid energy, is to mix up in a renewable energy system to come up with hybrid renewable system, which integrates solar power with wind, hydro, and battery storage. Solar wind hybrid systems ensure stable power by balancing intermittent generation with wind. The solar battery systems using advanced lithium-ion and flow batteries provide reliable energy storage. This schematic illustrates a solar wind hybrid system and how it enhances grid stability. On the next slide, we are presenting the economic and the market potential. Solar energy deployment is not just an environmental initiative, it's also an economic driver. The solar sector is projected to generate over 500,000 jobs by 2030. Market expansion is being fueled by investment from the World Bank and African Development Bank. By 2050, Africa's solar energy capacity could exceed 100 gigawatts, provided that proper financial frameworks are established. The pay-as-you-go and microfinance models will further expand energy access to low-income households. Concerning the policy and regulatory frameworks, successful solar energy deployment requires strong policies and regulatory support. Feed-in tariffs of $0.08 to $0.12 per kilowatt hour encourage investment. Net metering allows consumers to sell excess solar power back to the grid. And then the African Continental Free Trade Area, CFTA, promotes cross-border trade in solar equipment, thus reducing cost. The table presented summarizes solar incentives in key African countries. The next slide concerns the cross-border collaboration and the future strategies. Regional cooperation is crucial to overcoming challenges in the energy sector. Initiatives like the West African Power Pool, WAPP, and the Southern African Power Pool, SAPP, promote energy trade between nations. Standardizing solar energy policies across Africa through the AFCFTA could further accelerate the deployment. The equation presented in the slides illustrates the efficiency of energy exchange that can come up between nations. To summarize our presentation, we will say that Africa has huge untapped solar potential. That's the first point. The second point is that the technological innovation and AI will be game changers for this efficiency. Investment and policy reforms are essential for scale. We recommend the following points. The first is to reducing import tariffs on solar equipment. The second will be to expanding financing options through green bonds, PPPs, and PAYJ models. The third and last point will be strengthening regional cooperation and modernizing grids. By implementing this strategy, Africa can lead a sustainable energy revolution. These are the references that we have used to perform our study. And thank you for your attention. We appreciate the opportunity to present at this conference. And we now welcome any discussion, any question on how we can collaborate to advance solar energy in Africa. Feel free to reach out to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. By the way, are you a Mr. or a doctor or a
A
professor?
doctor. A doctor,
Okay,
not a
Dr.
professor.
Ambassador, thank you very much. You know, I don't want to mess around with, with titles. So
No
I think
problem.
the next presenters just briefly say your title. It will make my life easier. Anyway, thank you very much for keeping on time. We do have 2 minutes. I mean, for a question, 1 or 2 questions.
Yeah.
Anyone with questions, you can unmute yourself or raise up your hand there. Then you will just unmute and proceed. Anyone with a question or a suggestion? It seems I'm the only one asking questions. Yes. Any questions? Yes, I have one, Dr. Mbaso. You've
Yes.
presented about the challenges, is it? I mean, you have presented briefly about the solutions. My question is, I mean, what do you see? I mean, our African government, their political will to adopt renewable energy. In my own opinion, I mean, if the government is not willing to push forward this renewable energy deployment, how can you actually convince the government to do that? The government.
Thank you very much for this question. Very important. From my point of view, I would say that if you balance between a kind of projection of using this renewable energy potential, and we have all tools that can help us to do a prediction by incorporating this potential. So it's important to go first in the university so that our students or us lecturers shall show the importance of the renewable energy by coming up with fixing project
only related to renewable energy, because we know that it's very important to develop our life and to improve how can I say, development index. So the first point for me would be to the university and the lecturers shall stand up to make on project only stated on renewable energy, especially in technical and scientific domains. And the second one is to present to the government the importance of having that, because it has an impact in all other sectors, in financial and any way.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you once again for the presentation. So without wasting any time, we go to the next presenter, who is Catherine Jerry. So Catherine, you can briefly introduce yourself, just 30 seconds or so. She's going to be presenting on an indicated pattern production from solid film cellulose nanocrystal prepared from coffee husks. I think that's a very interesting talk, and it points to sustainability. Catherine, over to you. You put it in your presentation mode, please, if possible. Okay.
Hello. Is it okay now?
It's not yet in presentation mode. We can see the PowerPoint as it is, but not in the presentation. I think most of the presenters are having the same problem. Okay,
Better?
thank you. Excellent now.
Okay, so my name is Catherine Nyara-Njeri. I come from Kenya. Basically, I'm going to present about iridescent pattern production from cellulose nanocrystals, which are prepared from coffee husks. And I did the work in Dedan Kimathi University of Technology, which is located in Kenya. So basically, all we need to know is that coffee is very important in Kenya. We grow it as a cash crop, and it actually it gives us a lot of money. And we have a challenge of disposing the coffee husks once we are done removing the coffee bean. So basically, this abstract is more of telling us how we can use the refuse, the coffee husks themselves, to generate something that gives us money and that is actually innovative and actually assists in sustainability. So basically, this is just it. So the coffee beans are just, you take the coffee husks and then you generate an iridescent film. The film can be used in money, in currency, for instance, to make the secure paper and other things as well. So this is a problem. Basically, the coffee husks, most of the places, we just discard them without necessarily caring the effect that it has. So basically, it makes the environment look ugly when not disposed appropriately. And then it leads to a lot of GHG, which is the gases emission, and soil pollution altogether. So the alternative is to take up the discarded coffee husks to generate an iridescent film which can be used to make secure papers. So the objectives basically generally is to prepare the iridescent film from the cellulose nanocrystals, which are gotten from the coffee husks. And then the objectives specifically, the first one is once you have the coffee husks, you need to make them to get cellulose out of the coffee husks. And then the second one, once you have the cellulose, you need to come up with cellulose nanocrystals. And then after you have the cellulose nanocrystals, basically now you generate the iridescent film. So the first step is basically called alkaline treatment. So basically, this is where you take the coffee husks and then you treat them with sodium hydroxide. Yes. And then when you treat them with sodium hydroxide, it gets rid of generally, the coffee husk itself, it has cellulose, hemicellulose, and lignin. So we are interested in the cellulose. So we need to get rid of the hemicellulose and the lignin. So that is why we carry out the alkaline treatment. After which we do the acid hydrolysis. So this is where you have the cellulose already. So basically you just react it with hydrochloric acid and carry out a few chemical steps. And then you generate the cellulose nanocrystals. Lastly is to generate the iridescent film. So basically, after you have the cellulose nanocrystals in solution, you just place them in an oven, and with the correct parameters, you can generate the iridescent film, which we can use for other applications. So basically, this is just it. So the coffee husk itself, initially it has the lignin, the cellulose, and the hemicellulose. So our field of interest is just the cellulose part. So we do the first treatment, which is alkaline treatment. We get rid of the lignin and the hemicellulose. So once you do that, this is a product you get, and it's a dark brown color, which signifies that you've gotten rid of what we didn't want. So the next thing is to bleach. So from the brown color to the white color, and we do the bleaching so that we can remove the light absorbing and the light blocking properties. So that since it's an iridescent film, basically it means that it can reflect back light, so that if you move it in different directions, it shows you different lights. So we need it to be as good as it can be, so we remove anything that can become an obstacle. So genuinely, this is the type of analysis that I did. This is a SEM analysis, scanning electron microscope. So the coffee husks, this is the first one. That is how they generally look. And then after you get rid of the hemicellulose and the lignin, you get the cellulose, as we can see in that diagram. And then this is just chemistry analysis, basically just proving that the product that we actually got is what we needed. So I don't know whether to get into it, but I can just summarize it. Basically, it's just telling us that yes, we had coffee husks initially, and now we've gotten rid of a few things, which is the hemicellulose and the lignin, and now we have the cellulose. So this is just a summary of whatever I was saying. So now to make the nanocrystals. Yes, so basically you have the cellulose and then you do hydrolysis on it. Basically, it just means that cellulose, with the knowledge that we have, they're called semicrystallines, and a part of it is amorphous. So our main interest is to get rid of the amorphous part. This is the part that is not aligned or arranged in a certain order. So we need to get rid of it so that we're left with the aligned one, so that we can manipulate them to come up with the iridescency that we need, which is the light reflector that I acquired. You cannot see them because they're nanocrystals, but yes. So basically, as I was explaining, it's the iridescency measures on how the arrangement is. So we get rid of the amorphous part, and then the crystalline part is the part that we actually manipulate to get analysis of the cellulose nanocrystals. Basically, you can see that now the size is smaller, they're aligned. And this is more analysis, basically just to prove that cellulose and cellulose nanocrystals do not differ in the properties because they have the same elements, but the difference is just in the intensity because one is a bit more. Then this is making the iridescent film basically. So once you have the cellulose nanocrystals, you put them in an oven, and with the right parameters, you now come up with the iridescent film. This is the same analysis of the iridescent film. So looking at it is where you can see how the morphology and the structure. So from this is where now the iridescency comes in. So now if you put it under specific lights, you can see different light reflection, and you can use it to make the secure papers, to put information in it and all that. So to my conclusion, basically just to say that alkaline treatment was successful, and we got the cellulose, and then we got the cellulose nanocrystals through acid hydrolysis. We came up with an iridescent film, and we did successful analysis. These are just the findings, and the literature review that I referred to, since some people already done some of the work. So you just need to identify a certain gap and try and fill it. So the recommendations basically to optimize the processes so that you can get pure results that are better, that give better performance. And yes, more research can actually be done, and I hope to do that eventually using better products and better equipments for analysis. Then this is some of the references that I actually quoted. And thank you.
Yes, thank you, Catherine, for such a, I would say, intriguing investigation. Yes, I open up for questions. It's quite an interesting study, so we should have questions.
So
Can
I
you
have a
just,
question.
Thank you.
yes,
Let me,
unmute yourself? Yes.
I'll unmute myself. I have a question. Catherine, are you the first person to work with this coffee house, or somebody did it already, or just want to know the innovative part of this whole talk?
The innovative part, basically, it's the whole of it has a number of steps. So you find that people have done individual steps, but never to get the product that I'm working on. So you find that people do come up with iridescent films, but they come with them from cellulose nanocrystals that are bought maybe, but not necessarily from the coffee husks. But yes, there are reference points. There are reference to people who have like done a certain step. Now I had to do a compilation of all of them to come up with the product.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions?
Yeah, I have a question. Jerome from Cameroon.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Catherine, for your presentation.
Yes.
I want to understand that the coffee husk as a
Yes.
waste from production of coffee is in the same line as a rice husk from the production
Yes.
of rice, because I live in a region where they produce rice, and visiting the area, they find it very difficult to dispose rice husk. So is there a
Yes.
chance that this method of waste disposal, waste transformation could be used with rice husk?
Yes, you can actually use rice husks, but the main thing that you need to know is once you have the rice husks, what method and what chemicals do you use to extract the cellulose so that you can now be able to carry on with the rest of it. So basically, once we just find a method, a good methodology to actually get the cellulose from the rice husks, then yes, we can carry on with it.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions before I hand over to my co-chair? Lily, are you around?
Yes, I am. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Next.
Before I have a question, I'm just thinking I have a question for Catherine before you take over. Catherine, yes, but I'm an application type of guy. I mean, I want things that go to make products. What sort of applications will you use your products for, those nanoparticles?
The nanoparticles.
Yeah, it's the product that you made from those coffee husks. Yeah.
The product itself is an iridescent film. I don't know, I can just show you. Just give me a minute. So once you have the nanoparticles, you carry on to making the iridescent film itself. So, it's not moving.
No, it's coming. Yes, I see it there. So what are you going to use that film for? That's my question.
Okay, so you can use the film to make secure papers. That's why I had a picture of the money. Like if you look at the money, there's that line, the secure line. Most of the time it's made out of a hologram, which is okay because it works. But then we're looking for alternatives and other ways of actually doing it. So you can use the iridescent film to make secure papers. You can use it to encode information when you're making identity cards and passports as well.
No, that's fine. Thank you very much. Lily, over to you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think Catherine's presentation was very interesting. Very many people have questions. We still have them, but we don't have a chance, so we will continue. And for the next 20 minutes, we will have Isabella presenting on an interesting topic on migration and development. Welcome, Isabella. You may start your presentation now. Isabella, are you there? Or Daniel?
Daniel, Isabella.
Yeah, we are okay. We have to be jumping from one computer to the other. I'm sorry. Yeah. So I think now you see us and you see our presentation. So I give the floor to Isabella, my coworker.
First of all, I'd like to apologize because there's been an issue with the presentation, so I have to work from the PDF. I hope that's okay.
It is okay. Maybe you can make it, enlarge it just a little bit. Oh, okay. Sorry.
Okay. So we're here today to present one of ANSOLE'S local projects. It's Migrant, the magazine on migration and development, and it recently turned 2 years old since the first issue was published in 2023. So our presentation is titled Celebrating 2 Years of Migrant, the magazine on migration and development. If you're wondering what the TH stands for, it stands for Thuringia, which is the state in Germany that we're in right now. So Migrant was launched to give a voice to migrants who live in Thuringia, because often a lot of people say stuff about them, but they don't have the chance to kind of share their own stories, share their opinions, their perspectives, journeys, etc. And these interviews that we do with different migrants in Thuringia are documented and archived in this magazine. And they represent Thuringia that we're kind of rooting for, a Thuringia that's like colorful and diverse, in which people learn from one another. And we want to break down prejudices. ANSOLE is an organization of and for migrants, so we want to have their interests at heart, but also the interest of people in Germany who are living here right now. So these are the editions that are currently out. We've published 6 editions, 5 regular ones, and 1 bilingual one, which was published in May 2024. And each edition follows a theme. Issue 2 was about people who are politically active in our state, especially in the areas of migration, integration, and so on. Issue 3, for instance, was about women, women's stories, and issue 4 and 5 are kind of joined, and they were about decolonization and refugee escape routes. This is just a visualization of where everyone we interviewed has come from. They're all in Germany at the moment. But we've interviewed people from 20 countries, 5 different continents, and they live in 9 locations in Thuringia at the moment, from big cities to tiny villages. Other than interviews, which are the main part of the magazine, we also feature articles and other contributions. We have collaborations and kind of networking articles with other migrant organizations and their projects. We have book and film reviews about relevant topics, then also introductions to the countries of our interviewees. We featured a lot of articles. On the left side of the slide, you can see some of the like highlights of articles. They're mostly about migration, decolonization. So So I'm just going to read some of the titles so that you kind of get an idea of what we include. There is Unconscious Racism, Effort zu and How It Perpetuates the Dehumanization of Black People Today by Anda Bango, which was published in the 4th issue of Migrant. It's a really interesting article about one of the cities in our state that has a display of, has a racist display in their zoo, basically. There's a place for Indigenous knowledge in South African basic education curriculum, which is about the decolonization of education, which is super interesting. The emergence of favelas in Brazil by Kati Fagotti is also an interesting read if you want to learn about how the concept of favelas is kind of shaped by slavery and racist ideologies and so on. And I've also included a speech by ANSOLE'S head, Danya. It's called We're All Migrants. Migration is not a one-way street. And it was held in several locations last summer because we were invited to join several events with our magazine. This slide shows what we're planning to do this year. First of all, we are planning to re-release our 3rd issue for International Women's Day this year. It was originally released last year, and this one will include new material. It will include corrections, updates, and so on. And Crispin Gumunyu is currently working on the students' issue of Migrant, which focuses on the experience of international students, immigrant students, students with a migration background in Thuringia, and their experience of studying in Germany, how they came here, how they experienced university life. And that will hopefully come out sometime this year. We're also hoping to release issues 6 and 7, if everything goes well as the 2nd issue of our bilingual edition. We're also online. All of our magazines can be downloaded for free under this address. We also have an Instagram account. It's not very active at the moment, but we're hoping to revive it this year. And you can also contact us under this email address. Earlier, I spoke about some of the articles we included, and we're always looking for more contributions, more articles for future issues of our magazine. We're mostly looking for articles on topics such as migration, decolonization, racism. We are based in Thuringia, but we are not limited in that way that we're only looking for articles that are about Thuringia and migration in Thuringia. So we are looking for also looking for international articles. Thank you so much for listening.
I would just add some few words to this. That, as I said at the beginning, ANSOL is not only focusing on capacity building in Africa on renewable energy and water-related issues. We see ourselves as an organization which has been called to serve humanity in different aspects. And that's why locally we came up with this magazine. And for the first time, migrants have the chance to speak, to voice, to express their grievances. And I want to say, most of these interviews are conducted by myself. And what I noticed is that those interviews have a therapeutic value. I've had to cry with some of the migrants because when they start telling their stories, what the hurt that they've had it's so painful. I had an issue with one lady from Brazil, a Black lady, who experienced racism not only in Germany, but also in her country. So at one point, she was pointing her skin color and said, "This damn black color." And I told her, "No, you have a beautiful color." Both of us cried together, but it was, I said she was relieved, I was relieved. And I've had also the same case with the Syrian refugee, just to say that people want to speak. I think not only migrant here, but even those in Africa, people who are living in Africa, what you've gone through, it is such interviews are, as I said, have a therapeutic aspect. And the other positive thing about what we are doing is that we are helping African students working on communication sciences. And as we have, she presented it already, one issue which is coming up on with interview with students from all over the world who are studied at University in Turin, which will be edited by Mr. Crispin, and is here online following us. And we are attracting a lot of students from mass communication, which is actually not the main focus of ANSOL, but we see how we are filling a gap. African students, and not only African students, you have also students from the US. Some of them who are going to present today, Sabrina Ziarot from Harvard. She was a student from Harvard. They have the opportunity to come and do an internship with ANSOL, and which gives me let me say, I'm very happy to offer this opportunity. I said, ANSOL is called to be a blessing. So not only in renewable energy aspect, but in every other aspect. So as my colleague just said, we are open for articles which related to migration. And at one point, we are going to start an issue, make Migrant International, where we'll be interviewing people like Professor Ashmore, who is Zimbabwean living in South Africa, for him to tell his experience living in South Africa and so on and so forth. So thank you very much. That's what we wanted to say. We are happy to celebrate our second anniversary, and we are looking forward to look for funding to expand this magazine. Thank you.
Well, that was a great presentation. Personally, it was very interesting to me, and I'm happy to hear that we are all migrants in one way or another. I will have maybe 2 minutes at most for any question. Okay, seems that there is none, but maybe a comment or a concern. It will also be good to know if what impact the migrants or the migration has maybe to the home country or from where maybe international students are coming from. Are they willing to go back and make some changes back at home? Or what will be the positive impact of migration?
Okay, yeah, we'll take it into account in our question in the future. Yeah, thank you very much for this suggestion.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll have our next presenter, who is Miracle, presenting to us on some engagements in Africa through PAX, that is ELAB. Welcome, Miracle. Are you ready to present?
Yes, I'm ready to present. All right, so good afternoon, everybody. My name is Miracle Chibuzo Marcel, and I am the founder and the director of the Pan-African Citizen Science eLab. So here is my picture. Sorry, I'm not going to turn on the video because I want to have a good network for presentation. So I want to introduce PASKILab and some of the activities that we are doing in Africa. PASKILab is a platform, online platform at the moment, that engages the African public in activities in space science and astronomy through hands-on projects. So our work is basically spreading or promoting space science in Africa through hands-on activities. So we have been around since December 2020, just immediately after the COVID-19 lockdown. And how we work is by collaborating with NASA and other related agencies in developed country and bringing those opportunities to Africa. So all of our programs, like I said before, are online. So for our project is suitable for everybody of all ages, all country, sexual orientation, and academic or professional affiliations. So we do not discriminate. It is suitable for everybody that is passionate about space. So the basic requirements that we want are knowledge of computer, Windows operating system, everybody knows that, then internet and passion for space. Those are the 3 requirements. So we have about 6 projects at the moment, and we keep including more. So we have the asteroid search, exoplanet photometry, and I'm going to be explaining them one after the other. So in our asteroid search, we collaborate with ISAC. ISAC represents International Astronomical Search Collaboration. They are in charge of organizing this research around the world. So what they are doing is they distribute data to schools and universities and other educational agencies across the globe, asteroid data. So we participate in analyzing those data so that we can discover asteroids, and so that the asteroid can be monitored to keep them in check. So this is the example of what happens if we do not do that. We usually experience this. It could be comet, it could be asteroids, it could be any of these debris orbiting the sun. So how we do that is by using software. We load the images on the software called Astrometrica, and we detect asteroid. This is how we detect asteroid on the image set. So the data is collected from the Pan-STARRS and the Catalina Sky Survey. These are located in the United States. Okay, so if you look at this chart, these 2 telescopes are among the largest generators of asteroid data in the world. We have other surveys that are doing that, but the 2 are the most that generates asteroid data. So after generating the data, they send it to ISAC. They also send it to other organizations, but ISAC is one of these organizations that are organizing schools and educational institutions around the world to participate in the search. So we are collaborating with ISAC. This is the Pan-African Asteroid Search. We are collaborating with ISAC on this project, and we are, organizing teams across Africa. We have teams from all over Africa countries, about 50 countries now. So this is the teams registered. So here is just one of the teams. The teams, they'll come over to their page on the ISAC website. They download their data, analyze it with Astrometrica, and submit it back to ISAC for confirmation. So this is how it goes. So for the training, we have recorded videos for the training, and we also organize online training too, for live training. We organize it too. So far, since we started about 4 years ago, we have detected over 50 asteroids, and we have hundreds that are still undergoing studies by the ISAC and the Minor Planet Center. So here is the timetable for the academic year, for the 2024-2025 academic year. So this is 2020 February. The one we are starting this month is starting tomorrow, today, 21 March, February 21 to March. So it continues every month. So to keep the students busy. So for our exoplanet and photometry project, we collaborate with NASA Exoplanet Watch. So what we are doing here is by contributing data to refine the period of already discovered planets. We call them exoplanets, so that when future missions like the James Webb Space Telescope, when these future missions observe them, we don't have to waste time because the period we know about them now are not perfectly accurate. So our data helps to constrain the period and other orbital parameters. And so here is the light curve we generate for this exoplanet. We use the Exactic software for generating the light curve. And after that, the reports are submitted to the American Association of Variable Star Observers. So in this project, we have different sources of data. We use the micro observatory. Here is the micro observatory. So this is how we schedule exoplanets on observation of exoplanets on the telescope. Okay, this is the process. Then the telescope will turn around. This telescope is located in the United States. Then we have the Las Cruces Observatory. We are part of the Global Sky Partners of the Las Cruces Observatory. So we use this telescope. These are called robotic telescope. We don't have a physical contact with them, but we can use our computer to operate them. So this is how modern research is done. We call them robotic telescopes. We can also get data from NASA, but mostly we use these two telescopes for generating our data for observation. So for this training, everything I've explained about this is contained in this video. If you watch this video, you can learn everything, every single step you need to know. So for our double star research, our aim here is to make our African students to be published scientists. We want them to be published scientists. So this is an entry-level research that exposes them to astronomy research, and which will lead to actual publication. So they observe double stars. Double stars are those kind of stars that appear double in the night sky. Some of them are physically double, while some of them are not. So through our studies, we distinguish the two. So after that, they write off papers about their work and publish them at the Journal of Double Star Observation. So far, we have had about 12 publications, which you can access through our website. So we use the Las Cruces Observatory, this telescope, 0.4 telescope, for our observation. We have recorded videos on this aspect too. So in our radio contact with astronauts aboard the International Space Station, this project enables people, students all over the world to interact with astronauts aboard the International Space Station. This project has been around for the past decades, but many Africans do not know that it is also available for Africans. So through our research, we discovered that this opportunity is also open to Africans. So we applied for it and we were awarded. Sorry, our application was accepted. So we are getting ready for this project in April or June. We are still just preparing. And we are also helping other schools in Africa to apply for it because it is a very interesting program. So in our astrophotovisual development, we teach our citizen scientists on how to process these space images to produce colorful visuals, okay? You know, telescope observation is not like using your smartphone for taking pictures. When you observe with telescope, they appear like this. So it is the handiwork of amateur astronomers or professional astronomers to combine the colors in the RGB to produce colorful visuals. So we teach our citizen scientists on how to do that. So we focus on images from the Hubble Space Telescope. We are the ones that processes all these images. We also teach them how to process images from the James Webb Space Telescope and the Las Cruces Observatory. So we also have videos on that. All of these things are contained on our website. So in our telescope giveaway, we collaborate with efforts. We collaborate with efforts. We collaborate with efforts and Jean to distribute telescopes to our team leaders so that to support their outreach work, you know, to stimulate the students around their community in astronomy. So in our SLU life observation, we use this telescope for life observation. We use it to observe the moon. This is live. You can operate this from your home with your computer, live from your office. You can observe different kinds of things. Most especially, we use it to observe eclipses. This is part of the eclipses we observe. And these telescopes, just like the Las Cruces Observatory, they are located at prime positions around the world. So they have telescopes in Australia, in Canary Islands, and Chile. So we have been doing this project for the past 4 years. So on July, we issued surveys so that we can, July of last year, we issued a survey to assess the impact of our project on our citizen scientists. So from the survey we gathered, this report is as of July last year, okay? So we have not had a new one. So all the data I'm going to quote now are from that July. So we have about 1,000 citizen scientists, but the number has increased now from 50 countries in Africa. So we work in groups. So we have about 70 groups across those 50 countries. Now, 15 out of those 50 groups are classified as national space agencies, national astronomical societies, national observatories, and other national entities. 25 represent university groups, and 30 represent secondary schools and private astronomy organizations. So here is the gender identities of the groups, and here is the academic levels. So this chart is actually outdated, okay? But as of that time, we have undergraduates is the highest number. We have secondary school, we have masters, we have PhDs. Then we have our project. We have our different project this is astro research, this is exoplanet, this is astrophotovisual development. Out of the 4 projects that we are promoting, or 4 projects as of that time, astro research is the most because we actually started with it and we are just incorporating others. So here is the year of participation. The number has been increasing.
Sorry, Miracle. I hope you're winding up in the next 2 minutes.
Yeah, I'm almost done. I'm almost done. So the number has been increasing over the years, okay? The number has been increasing. And here is the geographical locations. We have 5 geographical locations in Africa. So we have been recruiting people from different geographical locations. So here is the map of Africa showing the countries where we have had a successful science campaign. The countries in green are the places where we have had successful science campaigns. So in terms of development, our project is contributing to 7 out of the 17 SDG goals. So in our future prospect, we hope to build an observatory that will serve as a center of astronomy research, education, and outreach. So I'm done. So we are open to collaborate with any group, schools, undergraduate that is willing to use our project to inspire students. And it is free of charge. We do not charge it. However, we are looking for collaborations, okay, because we support our work through grants, donations, and personal funding. So thank you so much and for this opportunity.
Well, that was an interesting presentation on space, science, and data. And we'll welcome 2 minutes of questioning. Anyone with a question can raise it now.
I have a question.
All right.
How can your project, this space science, be useful for renewable energy research? And you say you are looking for collaboration. In which way can we collaborate? We have the majority of people here are in the field of renewable energy. So in which way can you be useful to collaboration?
We are planning to have, we are working towards our future prospects, an observatory that will serve as the center of our center, because we don't have where we are is a temporary place. We are working on this, and probably to electrify the place, we are going to need solar power. So that is one aspect I think we should collaborate. We can also collaborate maybe if we have students that are there to analyze the data. Maybe if you generate some data and you need some support, students are looking to work with professors or researchers so that they can increase their research knowledge. Okay, so they are also open to collaborate. I mean, the students.
Thank you for your answer.
Oh, yeah, I personally also feel that you can collaborate a lot on providing data. I don't know if, do you have data that can show maybe degradation of places with time, or it's just space?
Yeah, it's just space. Celestial objects. We don't collect Earth data from Earth.
Thank you for clarification. I think then if
Hold
that's
on,
all we
sorry. I've got a suggestion. Miracle, we have a center, very strong center for space research at Northwest University, South Africa. Probably you can collaborate with them. I mean, you just Google Center for Space Research, Northwest University. Then you can get in touch with people there. They are very good professors who are into space science.
All right, I'll check that.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we've come to the end of our second session, and for me and Ashmore, so we will hand it over to Veronica.
Thank you very much, Ashmore and Lilies. This was quite an interesting session. I mean, it was quite diverse with different topics and everything. Thank you for handling it very well. We'll be going on a lunch break now, and we'll reconvene in 30 minutes. So maybe you can just stretch your leg, walk around, and maybe have coffee. Then we'll reconvene in 30 minutes. Thank you, everyone. Please don't go away. Just stay tuned and we'll be back shortly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. This session was diverse. Migration and
We've learned that.
yeah,
We've learned that. We've learned that.
Thank you, everyone. Don't go away. I'm gonna go to the kitchen. I'm getting a key to our kitchen.
Welcome back. I want to hand over to Dr. Wekesa and Mrs. Nancy, so that we can start on time. I think you, Dr. Wekesa, are you around? Dr. Wekesa? Nancy?
Hello, Daniel. I hope you can hear me.
Yeah, okay, because I wanted to be sure so that we should start on time. It's now 1:30, so we should, you can take on with the chairmanship.
Yeah, thank you. I hope I'm loud and clear.
Yeah.
I'm going to chair the session in this afternoon under general topics 2. I have a co-chair. Nancy, are you with us here? Nancy, if you can hear me. So maybe she will join us as we move. And again, I want us just to, in the interest of time, to keep our schedule as we were given. I think we did so well in the morning. As Daniel has said, we want to start with the first presenter. I think Beldes, I hope you are here.
Yes.
Kindly, I want to welcome you to give us the first presentation in the afternoon.
Okay.
And kindly keep time.
Very good.
Thank you.
Where am I? Just a moment. This is it. And we go to share. I didn't start the slideshow. Can you see my first slide?
Yes, we can see the topics, just the slide called on topics.
On topics. Okay. Now
Yes.
you see the topics again?
Yes, but not on slideshow.
Not on slideshow.
Yes.
It should be on slideshow. Okay. Let me stop share for a sec. Restart the presentation. And yeah, the presentation has been restarted. And I go back and pick it up. Okay. Now do you see topics?
Yeah, we see topics, yeah.
Oh, okay, okay. So basically, I'm going to talk about the whole idea of SDG7 for Africa and the possibilities of meeting that. In the long term, what I see is that Africa will be the largest user and producer of solar energy equipment, tools and capabilities, and should also be a leading science research entity regarding solar and renewable energy. And this is literally by the market being the far largest in the world. In December of 2022, we organized a session at the U.S. African Leaders Summit on this question. And one of the invitees was the head of the electrification analysis for International Energy Agency. And he presented this slide and basically said on current policies, by 2030, we're looking at about 600 million people without access to electricity. if we implement the current plans and procedures, we have a gap of 232 million people in Africa, largely in sub-Saharan Africa. So there is a very substantial gap. What IEA called for was more ambition. What I proposed at the time is a US, EU, Africa energy compact that committed these three large entities to achieve SDG7 by 2030. The US head of the Power Africa, he thought this was a workable idea, so I proposed it to the European Commission, and I guess I did not get a serious answer at that time. So the energy compact idea at that time was not sustained. But the IEA calls for more ambition to meet the goal. So what if enough ambition, and this means probably external funding and support, does not appear? And at the time, what I thought was needed was to apply artificial intelligence methods to accelerate SDG7 in Africa. Basically, the knowledge to do it is available. The funding really is available, but the problem is that Africa has 2,000 languages, and there's a significant share of the population that speaks vernacular and does not speak English, French, Arabic, or I guess there are a couple very large African languages. So we're looking at a very, very diverse environment, and some tool would be needed so that AI could speak in vernacular and be highly accessible to enable these technologies to be effectively used. So what we did in 2023, we attempted to create AI that could speak in vernacular languages and be accessible through conventional mobile phones. And the idea, I think, makes tremendous sense. But unfortunately, we did not get that funded, even though we had the people to do it and so forth. However, in one Horizon Europe project, this is the European Union's program to fund research projects, we introduced the idea of energy innovation hubs, where the artificial intelligence feature would be useful so that, including in speaking in vernacular, where all the information needed by an entrepreneur in rural sub-Saharan Africa would be easily accessible. What are the government permits that are needed? How do you secure the financing? What technology would be particularly suitable for that particular area to meet the needs that have been identified by trained people? What we saw is energy innovation hubs would be associated with the universities in sub-Saharan Africa, and they would be assisting energy entrepreneurs to start, build, and accelerate solutions that meet needs in specific locations. And then envisioned as part of the system is the ANSOLE matchmaking and knowledge exchange portal to scale innovations across regions to be able to again meet the SDG7 with the available funding and resources. This, I think, makes sense. The project that included energy innovation hubs was very highly rated by the EU reviewers, but it was not funded. But it's still available to pursue. But now we have another problem. We have Elon Musk, and some of you may have seen this tweet by Elon. Said, "We spent the weekend feeding USAID into the wood chipper." He said, "I could have gone to some great parties, but I did this instead." Clearly, he was apparently sacrificing for the greater good to shred USAID into the wood chipper. A key for Africa with USAID is Power Africa. It was launched in 2013 by President of the US, Obama. And what it's done is it resulted in 30,000 megawatts of new generating capacity, 118 million connections to homes, businesses, and so forth were developed over the span of time it was active. And then public-private partnerships mobilized over 90 billion in investment. So the AID money, in fact, was really a relatively small share of the total funding that was marshaled through the program. And it strengthened African energy institutions, regulatory frameworks, and even the International Energy Agency reports on electrification in Africa were developed with the support of USAID. So it's very, very tragic that Elon Musk spent the weekend chipping away or destroying USAID and basically gutting the program. And this makes the challenge of meeting SDG7 by 2030 much, much more difficult. It may even, in fact, made it impossible. But I think we can do something. The EU-Africa programs could potentially integrate Power Africa into the programs. This would require cooperation with African countries, with the African Union, with private donors, and also private industry to take advantage of the major opportunities in the largest solar market in the world that is emerging in Africa. The other option is to convince the US to continue Power Africa and related programs. In the first option, I've prepared a proposal. I sent it to the European Union Commission, basically to integrate Power Africa into EU-Africa programs. This also needs to be pursued with African partners to enable this to happen, because it is a stupid decision done for stupid reasons that should not be allowed to stand, but it has been done. The other thing is to convince the US to continue Power Africa and to related programs. That is worth the fight. I think there are sensible people, many sensible, brilliant people. One of the things that Musk, when he shredded AID, I don't know what his thinking is about what AID is, but AID included programs such as by Marshall Kramer, Nobel laureate in development economics, and that are stellar programs. Better programs could not even be conceived, but this has all been shredded. And it really is something that has me riled up, to say the least. So what I'm suggested in 2022 at ANSOL 11, we developed ANSOL Declaration, and I guess I could show a piece of that. The ANSOL Declaration at that time is, and this is by the conference in 2011, basically dedicated to the vision of Agenda 2063 integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa, driven by its own citizens and representing a dynamic force in the international arena. So basically, we developed an idea to accelerate SDG7 then through greater involvement of the European Union. One of the things we suggested is the creation of a sustainable development core that would involve young people, students from the EU to basically help accelerate the process. And this declaration was communicated to the EU or African Union, European Union summit that happened in Brussels at that time, about 3 weeks after this conference of ANSOLE. What that resulted in is ANSOLE was invited to develop sessions at the Science Summit at the UN General Assembly, but they did not act on the specific recommendations we made. My suggestion at this point is to, let's see, I have to go back to the actual presentation, is that we today or tomorrow develop another declaration that would take in consideration where we stand and what the position should be of people dedicated to the achievement of SDG 7. And this would include recommendations to other major players such as the European Union, and also recommendations to the United States, whether it's through the Foreign Service or it's directly to the other agencies involved in the US government, to basically end the stupidity of terminating USAID, particularly focusing in on the importance of Power Africa, which has played a pivotal role in expanding access to electricity across sub-Saharan Africa since its launch in 2013. So what I have done is I've drafted a declaration. I will make that available to the conference organizers. And I basically would suggest reviewing that. If you agree with it, sign it, and then we can act on that by sending it to the European Union Commission and also to the representatives of the United States. Because I think this stupid decisions like that should not be allowed to stand. And I think we who are concerned about SDG 7 in Africa can act. And one of our ways of acting is we are people working on this goal. We think the goal is exceedingly important, but the stupid decision to basically gut USAID and to terminate Power Africa cannot be allowed to stand, or it needs to be picked up by the European Union and other players that do take climate goals seriously. The present US government denies the whole idea of climate change, although some of the US government entities continue to work on that. But that also will be temporary because climate change continues, and there will be very serious problems unless there's action. And the key area of action is through energy and what we can do in Africa. If Africa could meet SDG 7 by 2030, then the USAID would largely not be needed anymore in Africa, because then there would be the capacity to address those problems locally. Right now, we're looking at a situation where it's exceedingly important that SDG 7 be met. And So I will make these documents available, and I guess, do I have much more to say? Probably not. Hello.
Where's the chairperson? Are you around? But I think you are almost done, because the time is over now. 50 it was from 20.
My time is up.
Yeah.
Okay, now I will make these documents available, and I would say the convened speakers, participants should seriously consider being part of the declaration of the ANSOLE WAITRO 14th conference, to speak loudly on the importance of SDG7 and make this known to the entities that should know that, and that includes the EU, the US, and there certainly are others as well that are important.
I think Paul wants to make a comment concerning that. Paul.
Oh, sorry, you took me by surprise there. I was muted.
I am observing. Okay.
I was typing in the chat. And,
I saw what you typed. I said
thoughts...
it's good for us that you should say something, because you are bringing another perspective. China and China-US relationship. One should be very, very diplomatic these days and not put ourselves into problem. I think that's why.
Well, especially, I don't know Vidwoods, and I don't think you know me, but I'm Secretary General of WAITRO, and I'm actually both a US and a UK citizen, but I've been working in China for the last 6 years. And my for JITRI, actually, and JITRI supports the WAITRO Secretariat, and hence why I'm on this meeting.
Okay.
So what I was thinking while you were talking is that from what I know of the situation in the US, I think your chances of talking sense into anybody there is relatively low. And what I typed is it conceivable that you could, either through WAITRO or independently, approach China with a proposal like this, especially given the recent advancements in generative AI, at least, that have come out of China? Do you think they might be interested, or is it just politically impossible to make such a connection?
I think the connection with China is certainly possible. That, of course, has its own politics, but I think they have the technologies. We looked at this about a year and a half ago, and this was the production of solar energy systems in Africa. And in the report, I think it was by the African Development Bank, they identified countries in the Sahel that would be targets to do that. And the targets basically were the countries that had the best relationship with Africa, with China. And then my response at the time was, well, let's make Africa even more independent and try to find technologies that could be produced in Africa by Africans. And again, the whole idea of the Agenda 2063 to meet that goal and strive for that. Africa, the Chinese have had their own problems in their dealings with Africa and other developing regions. So I think that needs to be borne in mind. But I think inviting other participants, I also had the thought that basically the African Union could take a stand and say, no Starlink services in Africa unless basically Power Africa is restored.
I think
because what you're looking at is one of the largest markets for Starlink in the world that will be Africa. And at this point, a small amount of money is needed to develop that market. And that's basically to make Africa so that it has the electrical access to all the users. That small investment needs to be sustained if Elon Musk wants access to this huge market. It may not seem that huge now, but it is 2 billion people that by 2050, the middle class in Africa will exceed the middle class in Europe or in the United States.
Out of time constraint, we can, yeah. Let's. I want to thank you for the suggestion. Normally, the chairpersons, I don't know where they are. Please, you have to take over and so that we can continue. But this discussion can be. Vid and Paul.
Paul's email is available. Yeah,
Paul's email. I will give it to you so you can exchange. Yeah, it's very interesting topic.
Thanks. Let me just say thanks for the response, Vivids, and I appreciate the complexity of it. And you should have seen the last slide of my presentation, the very first one, where I put up a comparison of population projections of Africa and China, and the one just goes like that, and the other goes like that, right?
Yeah.
So
China's collapsing.
I'm absolutely with
Africa's
you
going
on
up.
it being the future market for these sorts of technologies. Very interesting discussion. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. So Nancy or Dr. Wekesa, where are you people? Take over. If not, let the next presenter on the list. Let me see. Claudia or Claudia Bess, are you there?
I am. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, please, can you present your talk?
Yes. I thank you for this opportunity. I hope my presentation is visible. Can you confirm that, please?
Yeah, it's visible, yeah.
Okay, and it's in presentation mode, I hope.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank you so much. So again, I'd like to thank you all for this opportunity. Thank ANSOLE and persons who are responsible for this conference, for this opportunity. So for me, we're focusing on energy. We've been focusing on energy, and my question is around energy access. And is it that microgrid is the answer in terms of energy access for many persons? And so I'll start off with a little bit of an information in terms of a report out of the Energy Institute that the energy use per capita for persons per capita worldwide is approximately 21,400 kilowatt hours. But when you look in Africa, it's approximately 4,000 kilowatt hours. And for other low-income countries, it's approximately 6,000 kilowatt hours. And so if we look at energy and we look at the fact that energy, and it has been said here several times, that it's linked to development, but not only development, but also the sustainability problems, then if we're looking at having access to energy, then what can we do and what does that look like? And in particular, I wanted to focus on those persons who don't have access, mainly those rural communities, because we see that approximately 43% of the world population live in these rural communities, and that approximately 84% of persons who lack that access to energy live in these rural areas. So it is estimated in 2022 that approximately 700 million people that do not have access to energy. And so if we're saying that energy and this access to energy, and in particular we zoom into electricity, is a proxy, it's an important aspect in terms of development, then for this rural area, what does this access look like? And what are some of the major constraints in having that access in this rural community? So I like to focus on that 84%, those persons living in rural areas who do not have access. And here we just have a definition of what we consider what a rural community is generally, and it's very important in terms of that access to energy. It's generally decentralized. So based on its geographic location, we are looking at decentralized persons, isolated persons, and there's usually a problem in terms of being able to bring energy in as it relates to a national grid or a centralized grid. And so here what you see is usually when we talk about access is some off-grid residential areas. So that's what we're looking at in terms of very often when we talk about access in these rural communities versus where you see our centralized system where we have interconnected network. And so this off-grid, this solar PV, which gives access to energy, is this okay? Is this all right? Is this allowing for development, and do persons really have access? And what we do know is that in terms of a national grid, in terms of having a national grid and being tied into a national grid, it's estimated that it will require over 17 billion USD per year and about 12 billion for what to give persons living in most of these rural communities this access. Although we know that in the last report up to 2022, that approximately 90% of persons do have access to electricity. As I said earlier on, there are 43% who in this rural community who are having challenges. And the reality is, especially post-COVID, what does this access mean? Usually these solar panels that are there, that gives them access, it means that it's just like a light bulb to give the light or to charge a phone. And if we're talking about development, this doesn't allow for any sort of development. Also, what has happened post-COVID as well is that the cost of having such a system means that although persons might try to put up a solar PV, it doesn't necessarily mean that they have access. The cost and the requirement in terms of maintenance and so on has been a challenge in having access to that energy. And so what we have there is what our standalone system basically looks like. And I've pointed out started pointing out some of the disadvantages that is there in terms of that sort of design and having access using the standalone system. We talked about one is a matter of being able to provide continuous supply. Yes, we know that the technology has been improving, but nevertheless, at this point, it's a challenge to have to provide a continuous supply. Also, there's an issue in terms of the power quality, the reliability, the sustainability, and I mentioned already cost. Another major issue is a lack of resilience. So these are some of the issues in terms of having a standalone system. So what is this idea behind microgrids? And when I speak of microgrids, we're looking at off-grid systems. One of the things in terms of off-grid microgrids is the increasing use of our renewable resources. So it's somewhat green, or solar panels, wind, microturbines, or a combination thereof. In having that sort of system, it also allows to tap into things like the climate change agenda, the Paris Agreement obligation, and looking at countries that have their NDCs to meet. So if you have that sort of system, can local grids therefore provide that means to address such issues. Also, in terms of cost, you'll see on the right-hand side where we look at the cost of solar when you have a residential or what might be considered a standalone. in comparison to what you have in terms of a utility ground mount system. You can see it goes between 2011 and 2023, and the costs have been coming down. And not only the cost for the technology, the cost per watt for the technology, but you can also see that for if you have a system where it's like a microgrid, that cost also is much less. Also, the sustainability or the resilience of that system in terms of an integrated design system results in better management of the system. Integrating things like your wind and solar can also improve the reliability. And as we look at our best system, that is our battery system, it's better to more economical to incorporate a system there. Yes, if you're looking at a microgrid, of course, there's the cost that aspect that is there. And this table is just bringing together possible business models that can exist and that we can look at in terms of looking at microgrid system. And other than the business model, the last column you see there is the funding stream. Yes, I know I'm out of time, sorry. So it research so far, and we have had some case studies, or we have had some systems of microgrids being installed within the, for instance, within the Caribbean region in rural, very isolated areas. And so that's part of what we're looking at to see how does it align with, say, a standalone system versus a microgrid, especially if you're talking about a development. Because as I said earlier, most of the time when you talk about somebody having access to energy in a rural setting, in an African setting, it's just a matter of lighting a bulb. And there in itself is one of the questions we need to answer or to look at. And that is, what exactly do we mean by access to energy or access to electricity? Because there are different metrics for different countries, for different areas globally. And as I said earlier, access to energy, we know energy is directly related to development. And so if we are saying that we are expecting Africa to develop, what exactly does this access mean? Does this access mean just having one light bulb in a house or being able to charge a phone, or the ability to be able to have economic development within an area? Another of the research questions we can have, or challenge we can have as we go forward and ask what exactly is access, and whether one of the models we should more be looking at is grid microgrids, is the performance on large number of our PV system, looking at analyzing that performance, including climate. Climate has been as we call, very integral. I'm following a presentation where the previous speakers spoke to something that is happening globally now, the question of whether or not agencies are looking at climate as we look at that aspect. Yes, there's a challenge in looking at microgrids because it's not a one size fit all model, but we have varying configurations. But nevertheless, we can look at what that looks like. Then it's also a matter of operational and maintenance costs. When we look at our solar PV systems, if you have a tilt angle of 0 degrees Celsius, 0 degree, and you look at the power reduction, say from dust, at 0 degree, you have approximately 8% power reduction. At 15, 70, 75, 76, around that. And at 25, it is around 60. So you can imagine if you just have one solar panel on a home, and in particular areas in Africa that's very dusty, then our power reduction can be very large. If we look at a microgrid system and look at how to better manage and operate that, then things like this we can better address. I think I want to stop here. I know my time is up, but I think I have addressed it. As I said, there are projects that have been done in different regions in the Caribbean. Belize is one region where you look at that, and to answer that question, exactly what does access to electricity energy means, and we can look at off-grid microgrid systems.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for a good presentation. I hope you are getting me now.
Yes. So,
are you getting?
Yeah, we are,
yes,
we are getting you. And
Okay. Thank you for a good presentation from Claudia. Maybe you can give anybody with a question on her. Anybody with a question can ask.
Hello, can I ask a question?
Yes.
Yes, it's Dr. Mungwe from Cameroon. First, there is an observation, and then there will be a question. I think I agree with the presenter on the definition of access to electricity in Africa in particular, and when we are looking at electricity as a tool for development. So it is something that probably African experts should come together and make their voice heard as to what access to electricity is all about. And then the question I would like to ask is, I didn't see the slide very well, but there was a slide she presented where the cost for solar installation was decreasing, both standalone system and grid connected system. But somewhere along the line, I think 2023, the price seems to have gone up, if I'm right. If we can go back to that slide. If you can give a reason for why there was an increase in the cost of solar systems in 2023. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So based on the data I have out of NREL, it is not coinciding with what you have just said. So let me, yes, you know, part of the problem is, and I can't speak for the whole continent, but part of the thing is, initially there were quite a bit of subsidy for PV systems, government subsidies. So if one of the things that persons might be feeling is that that subsidy is maybe being removed. So if you can look, basically you can see between, for 2023 data here, you still have things like the hardware, the cost of the hardware going up a bit, but like you can see that the cost of the module is still low compared to 2011, 2012. So it is showing overall that the cost is coming down. You can also see the cost of the inverter is much less. Even things like our storage system, the cost has been going down. So the only thing I could possibly think of and throw out there is that maybe what you're looking at is now that a government subsidy is removed and the market is open a bit, maybe that is why you're seeing an increased price. But based on this data, the market statistics shows that basically it's going down quite a bit. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah, that contribution. So because of time, I shall go to the next presenter. That is Lilis.
Yeah, let me share my screen.
Yes, welcome.
I think you can all see my screen now in
Yes.
presentation mode.
Yes.
Okay, let me minimize this. So I'm going to share I'm Lilis Kadumbe, a research assistant at the University of Huddersfield, and I'm a researcher in clean energy technologies, and I'm going to take you through progress in gasification of waste, development, and challenges. So first, I'll introduce my team or my lab at the University of Huddersfield, where I work with the Energy Integration Lab, which is a framework for and infrastructure for industrial collaborators. So we collaborate with industries on low carbon fuels, research activities of waste into energy, and we have a micro gas turbines where we carry out tests, and also on energy integration and big data. At the beginning of the conference, you were told about a project we have in Kenya in utilization of agricultural waste into briquettes, that is cooking briquettes. But today my presentation is not about that, but on something on areas that we can develop such projects further. So we're going to look at over some of the design in gasification and the main challenges as to why it is not gotten to commercialization levels. So when we look at our waste generation trends, we see that landfill is the most common waste disposal method, especially in Africa. And when we come to the UK, we see it is the second most common one after recycling. And we see that a ton of waste can generate about 6.2 tons equivalent of carbon dioxide. And in 20 years' time, it can multiply by 86 folds. Waste gasification can offer an alternative pathway to landfill and incineration by converting the waste into biogas and char. And this is simply how the gasification works, mostly introducing a gasification agent and combusting the field stock first by drying, then it undergoes pyrolysis, and then complete combustion, and then into reduction. All this happens in controlled oxygen state, and the product is syngas, which can be used for electricity generation or for synthesis of other products like hydrogen or chemicals. And these were the first types of reactors that were used for gasification, the fixed belt type. You can see there is downdraft, updraft, and crossdraft, mainly based on the direction of which the syngas is drawn from the reactor. And they were mainly suitable for small scale application, mainly due to poor mixing and poor heat transfer to the field stock. And then fluidized belts were designed then to cater for that barrier of low heat transfer by use of steam to fluidize the field stock by using maybe air, steam, or a mix of them. And it was more efficient than the fixed belt, but it also faces some challenges like agglomeration and sintering, which is becoming very expensive mainly when we come to developing materials that are non-stick to tar. And the advanced designs are now looking at plasma gasification, where it's using an electric arc to break down the waste into ash and gas. And most of the research is looking at the type of torch that can be applied, improving the plasma gasifying agent, and also the design of the reactor itself. Most of the challenges in this technology is that it is very competitive. It requires a lot of capital, and also scaling it up from lab scale base to industrial base is also another challenge. So when we have a look of active gasification plants in some countries. Like when we compare UK to Africa and some other European countries, we see that UK itself has many gasification waste to energy gasification plants, but the ones that I could find available data were about the ones that I've presented, and we can see that most of them are shut down, while others are in research and development or commissioning state. Same case with Germany and Netherlands. Most of them are in research and development stage. Mostly, as we've seen, is because most of the research in this area is still under lab scale, and developing them to industrial level has become a challenge. We can see there are also some in Africa. We have one that is in Ethiopia that's currently operation. There is also one in Uganda for waste rice husk into electricity. And we see that the main challenge for developing this technology, even though it is said that from literature it has less environmental damage, the main barriers, like for the UK, is passing the environmental regulatory and requirements, mostly the clean power properties, which most of the plants do not pass, so they remain into commissioning state. And we also had shut down mainly. This was mainly because most of the designs were redesigned because they were previously designed for use of biomass, but most of the industry ran out of the biomass feedstock, and so they were redesigned to use waste feedstock, but their operations, they still have some operations challenges because they do not yield as expected. And most of them have been shut down, and we can see that a single plant that have incurred shutdown can incur of losses of above 365 million pounds. While in Africa, when we look at regulatory or policy bodies, we see that most of them, they do not explicitly address gasification, so there is lack for that. So that is one of another area that needs to be addressed. Other challenges will be include syngas purification. Most of them needs to be purified. Some have a lot of tar, and also some plants. Some plants have shut down because of a high nitric acid that sinters and blocks the system. And also other requirements, other challenges are feedstock variability. Even though gasification is said that it can utilize a mix of feedstock, there is still a challenge on the efficiency of the system based on the feedstock variability, as the producing gas heavily depends on the feedstock characteristics. So these are some of the proposed interventions and some of the areas that Energy Integration Lab is looking to get engaged in, and also looking for future collaborators with Africa and other countries in general. So most of them is use of hybrid system, maybe utilizing gasification with other renewable energy system like hydropower, solar, or wind to lower the energy demanded by the system, and also integrating with other waste treatment methods like pyrolysis, so that can use the byproduct that is char, and also integrating directly with the micro gas turbines, so that this would enable industries to have small scale gasification units, which will be mainly based on their specific type of waste. And also use of cartridges, this would enhance combustion in the combustion chamber that will improve the fuel properties and also the operation efficiency. And also there is need also to look at use of AI into analyzing the feedstock and the characteristics, and also the operations of the reactor can be preset every time there is variability in the field stock characteristics. So those are some of the areas. There is also need for a proper life cycle assessment of the system. This will prevent some of the plants being shut down due to maybe economies of scale or environmental issues. There is need to fully understand the system and the implications. So in conclusion, we said that gasification will still remain an energy-hungry technology with high operation complexities, which hinders large-scale commercialization or utilization. So there is need for continued research and collaboration to unlock the full potential of waste gasification. So these are some of the references, and this brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lilis, for such an insightful presentation. I invite for any queries, anybody who is having any question to ask. Floor is open.
I have a question.
Yes.
Ashmore here from Northwest. Lilies, I just want to ask, what is the maximum output that this, in terms of megawatts, that these gasifiers can provide? I mean, I mean, just like a normal one, most of them are prototypes. Mostly, maybe that's why they're not so popular. You've mentioned all those problems, but what is the maximum? If an operating plant, what sort of outputs does it produce?
Well, it will depend on the system, because like fixed belt gasifiers that are commonly used, we can see like this ones, most of them from literature, they can get up to less than 10 megawatts ton per hour. That is how much they can process. And the fluidized ones, the capacity, this is the capacity to process how much waste per hour, that on that basis. But we see your question, you'll find that most of the gasifiers have operation challenges. So the design or the generated capacity is not mostly the installed capacity. And since most of the designers or those who have come up with this technology are still in research and development stage, they do not give the exact figures that they are using or they are producing to safeguard their design. Sorry. But I can get back to you. Maybe because those that are used to treat municipal solid waste are common in at 3, at most 4 in our operation, and we can get their data. We can compare with that, because that is where they have really been utilized.
No, thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, I have a question.
Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. Maybe it's not really like a question, maybe it's an observation, because gasifiers, as Prof. Asmore asked, may not be really already applicable at a large scale for power generation, but it could be interesting to look at gasifiers at a small scale for, say, for example, for as cooking stoves in our kitchens in Africa. Because from my observation, maybe it applies in other countries in Africa, there is a lot of waste generation in our cities, and there is a lot of challenges with managing of this waste. So probably if we can do research on the small scale gasifiers that can use the municipal waste, it could be a solution to to solving the issue of waste in our urban areas. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much. That is a great view on dealing with small scale, not only for industries, but also for household use. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Because of time, I wish we got the last.
Maybe Nancy, sorry,
Yes.
I got disconnected.
Yes.
Maybe
You can
before we go to
continue.
no, just stay there, Nancy. And maybe to the presenter, I got, just before we go to the next one, I got to your point that the efficiency of a gas fire depends on the feedstock.
Yes.
I wanted to know, in your own research, what was the efficiency of the gas fire that you are focusing on?
Well, we've not finished on characterizing. We are yet to start characterizing various feedstock and come up with a list of which would give the highest efficiency, because the Energy Integration Lab wants to set up a gasification unit that will be utilized by microgas turbine, and ours is to utilize various feedstock, diverse feedstock, and analyze on their performance and their output. So probably during the next year, we'll come out with the list and the efficiencies.
That's good. That's well answered.
Thank you.
I think because of the interest of time, as Nancy has said, we go to Sabrina just to give us the state of renewable energy in Africa. I hope you are here.
I am. Good afternoon. Let me just one moment. Sorry, I was having an issue with my Zoom.
Afternoon. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, here we go. Okay, so good afternoon from Germany, and I'm honored to be here. Thank you for the invitation. Thanks to everyone who has organized this event. I'm here today to speak to you about an important issue facing the African continent. As you all know, ANSOLE and WAITRO are working together to achieve SDG7, which is a vital part of a just energy transition. A key part of this is renewable energy research, as well as the role played by governments in supporting it, both of which are crucial for renewables uptake. To that end, I want to give an overview of the renewable energy research landscape in Africa, as well as some of the issues facing research in Africa today. Just a moment. There we go. So despite enormous potential on the African continent in terms of renewables, uptake remains limited. And as it stands, African countries are only somewhat on track to meet SDG7 by 2030, according to the International Renewable Energy Agency, which is called IRENA. Needs include energy access, power capacity, and decarbonization. As we know, there are over 600 million people who are lacking power, and this number keeps expanding as populations grow, even as governments are trying to close the gap. And when I say research leading to development, I'm of course speaking about research or R&D, research and development, but I'm also speaking about the link between research and sustainable development. Support for research is absolutely crucial for sustainable development, in this case, uptake of renewables. So to give a brief overview of African renewables research, I want to preface this by saying I'm hugely indebted to Afrani et al. 2022 and Khan 2022's excellent bibliometric analyses of African research in the last several years. Just to start with, I have good news on the research front, which is that African institutions are leading the way when it comes to research on African renewables. There's been a huge increase in African research generally since the 1990s. If we take a look at the top 20 institutions worldwide researching African renewables, 17 of them are in Africa. And this top 20 group actually out of 4,000 institutions, these top 20, they produce nearly a fifth of this research. So that's very, very disproportionate. Just a moment. If we look at, I've grouped together the top 20 countries and top 20 institutions in terms of African renewables research for the past 20 or so years. The pattern is similar among countries when it comes to African renewables research. All the ones that I've highlighted here are in Africa, so all these yellow ones. And then I've specially highlighted, you can see on the left here that the top 10, I believe it's 7, at least half are in Africa. And then this little group in the middle here, this green group, these are South African research institutes. That becomes important later in my talk. And then you can see the center, the Algerian Center for Renewable Energy Development, which is orange, is at spot 13 overall. That's both in terms of countries and institutional research. If we look at the areas of focus, in terms of focus, it varies by region. Algeria and North Africa have tended to focus on solar, with Algeria in particular looking at hydrogen, which of course is, upcoming in terms of, I'm not sure what the term is, but it's like a new research area. Nigeria tends to focus on biomass, which is about 70% of its primary energy usage. And then Ethiopia is looking into hydropower. It's hydropower heavy. So that's a main focus for them. And then Kenya and Ethiopia are both looking into geothermal due to the huge potential there. South Africa has both high solar and wind potential and is looking into rural electrification, and development is an overall another major research theme. So just to highlight a couple of these, as I've mentioned, Algeria, the Center for Renewable Energy Development is it's the number one institution globally across all 3 indicators in terms of citations, numbers of papers, and the H index. And then Algeria, the country, is number 3 worldwide in terms of number of papers. Nigeria is number 5 worldwide in terms of papers. It has a strong collaboration with South Africa. And then South Africa is number 1 worldwide in terms of papers. It is, just a moment. It's the leader in the field in terms of both institutions and countries, and it's in the top 20 institutions. And then we get to collaboration, which is key. So international collaborations, I've grouped this into international research collaborations and institutional collaborations. So on the left, you can see there are 3 major groups. One is North Africa, which tends to work with India, France, and Saudi Arabia. Group 2 is South Africa, Nigeria, and Ghana, and then a number of countries worldwide from Canada to China. Number 3 is Kenya, Ethiopia, the US, and several European countries. The institutional grouping is similar. It tends to map onto the international research collaborations, except for Group 1, which is largely South Africa and Uganda. And the reason that this is key is that international collaborations can be very valuable. They tend to be higher impact. Western countries tend to have higher H indexes, which means greater spread and influence for the research being done. This is the flip side of this, is that there's another pattern here, which is the African countries that are being left out in terms of energy access and research. So on the left, we have the top 20 institutions doing renewables research. On the right, which is essentially the opposite of the left map, we have the top 20 countries with what IRENA calls the highest energy access deficits. So 1/5 of the research from institutions comes from 7 countries on the left here, most of which collaborate outside of Africa, not within Africa. They also, not only is most of the research by these top 20 either done in country, which is about 70% of it, or outside of Africa, so not in collaboration with the countries on the right. But renewables research tends to be done on the same top 20 countries, with the exceptions of Nigeria, Ethiopia, and Kenya. So in a sense, this imbalance can be seen as an Africa-wide development problem, as achieving SDG7, according to IRENA, has repercussions for other SDGs. So this is an issue. And then the countries mentioned previously, they tend to have strong policy support. So as I mentioned earlier, the research is a question of sustainable development, R&D. R&D is also necessary. So the combination of policy and R&D, policy support and R&D is necessary. It's been said by numerous scholars in IRENA to be crucial for renewables uptake. I want to give, hopefully I have enough time to go into some detail on this. So why are research and government support so critical? So the answer is uptake, renewables uptake. So policy is crucial when the market is not sufficient alone to bring about change or technological uptake. So as you can see here on the left, if the government has a national energy policy, which is ideal, key to begin with, on the left here, you have this little sort of cycle where policy supports renewables research, research provides evidence for future policy. So it's sort of a self-sustaining cycle. And then the research in collaboration with the private sector, a government with a comprehensive national energy policy would have both R&D support and policy support for renewables. And then when you combine this with innovation and collaboration with the private sector, you end up ideally with lower costs, improved technology, for example, solar or wind. And at the same time, the light green section on the right shows how supportive policy environment lowers risks for investors and provides consumers incentives to use renewables. So these two together, this then leads to economies of scale, which lower costs and improve uptake over time, which results, again, it's sort of it's a self-sustaining feedback loop. So you have public support, legislative support for increased research. And then overall, you go back up to the top, start again, and then this ideally meets the goal of increased energy access and power capacity. I want to really emphasize that both R&D support and policy support are crucial. If you look at the right here, so R&D decreases costs and makes renewables competitive, whereas policy support makes renewables a better option for both investors and consumers. So you have to have both, because if you only have high R&D support, you have limited uptake incentive and low growth. If you only have high policy support, but your tech is unaffordable, then renewables may not be competitive. And so you keep continuing with your previous option, which is most likely, fossil fuels, something that's not ideal for environment or energy access. So in terms of Africa and policy, African countries have been improving actually in terms of RISE, which is the regulatory indicators for sustainable energy through the World Bank. The top 5 regarding improving access to energy are Nigeria, Angola, and Kenya. They've been in the top 5 in terms of renewables, Cote d'Ivoire and Mozambique. And overall, Nigeria and Ethiopia have reached what's called the green zone. And then Rwanda, Burundi, and the Democratic Republic of the Congo have shown the most overall improvement in terms of scores. And then in terms of success stories in terms of utilizing renewable energy resources due to comprehensive policy and policy environments include Ghana, Ethiopia, Egypt, Kenya, and Nigeria. And then the African Union Commission has its own overarching strategy as well. So then we come to the question of innovation. So what is missing? So in terms of policy is doing relatively well. On the innovation side, however, Africa as a continent, just as a whole is not doing so well per se, according to the Global Innovation Index. It should be noted, by the way, this is not easy to measure. One measure of this is patents, and the World Intellectual Property Organization says these tend to be low overall and concentrated mostly in South Africa. So it may not be a very accurate measure, but that's the measure that we have access to. What's missing here, and this is what I want to come to as the main point, is funding. So if you take a look at this graph, that red line, that represents the 1% of GDP that the 1980 Lagos Plan of Action recommended that African governments contribute to R&D. Others have contributed increasing amounts over time. However, sub-Saharan Africa has unfortunately remained stagnant. Excuse me. And I want to share this quote with you. I think this is really worth thinking about. This is from the African Union Commission's Science, Technology, and Innovation Strategy for Africa 2024. Recent statistics from UNESCO and ASTII show that the current level of investment in R&D by Africa as a continent, of which more than half is internationally funded, puts Africa at a strategic disadvantage. So with regard to that, I want to be mindful of the time here. I'd like to conclude by pointing to the fact that Africa is doing quite well in terms of renewable energy research. As I mentioned, Algeria in particular is leading worldwide in terms of renewables research. But I want to emphasize that countries need to prioritize collaboration between research and the private sector with significant R&D and policy support from governments. Per Afrani et al.'s recommendation, collaboration among regions should be encouraged, within Africa, not necessarily only the international collaborations. As I said, there is some strong collaboration with South Africa and others, but that should be expanded. And then along those lines, I would like to strongly echo the African Union Commission's recommendation that 1% of GDP be allocated to R&D. With that, I want to be mindful of the time. I leave the floor to my fellow speakers. Thank you so much for your attention and your time, and I'm happy to try to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much for that informative presentation. I think in the interest of time, I will allow one question, a quick one. Anybody with a question or any insights on what Sabrina has shared? So
I'll
maybe
just,
a quick
I'll just,
go ahead, Daniel.
yeah, I will just, yeah, make a comment and just support what Sabrina said, that what she's emphasizing, that the African government should really allocate this 1%. How can we talk about the Agenda 2063, the Africa we want, when there is no funding for, or very low funding for research and development? And I'm just seeing the whole things going on in Africa as going to nowhere. If our governments are not really interested in funding research and development, and the whole migration issue, which we are also dealing here in ANSOL, is also, especially migration of the youth, is due to the fact that there are no possibilities, especially in R&D, for young people to stay in Africa, do good research, and which will lead to innovation and which will contribute in the development of the continent. We should go from just passing on, I don't know, declarations and do practical things which will lead to development of our continent. If not, we are just turning around. Thank you, Sabrina. Your slides were very nice and even better today than at the UN presentation. Thank you very much.
Appreciate that.
So thank you so much, Daniel. Sabrina, maybe before you leave, I wanted you to comment on your spotlight baseline years, because mostly your statistics mostly is up to 2022. You know, in renewables, dynamics have changed, especially in the sub-Saharan. So what do you think could be that impact on your conclusion? Because we are in 2025.
Yeah, I think, unfortunately, that was the data that I was able to find. Just from what I understand about renewables deployment and uptake and all of that. I mean, for one thing, of course, with the significantly decreased cost factors with solar and China, and China has been producing massive amounts of relatively cheap solar PV. I think also with microgrids and all of that becoming available, I'm hoping that it'll just be, I don't have data, unfortunately, with me right now, but I'm hoping that will be a major factor in terms of just affordability for governments and uptake.
Yeah, I think that's fine. That's why we are here. So maybe you can look for collaborators and partners, like some of us who are in the sub-Saharan. We can actually give you some data, the latest data.
Oh, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think we can go to the next presenter, who is Kiza. Thank you so much. Kiza, please, if you are with me, let me know.
I'm with you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Kindly go ahead.
Okay. Let me make my presentation. Good afternoon, good evening to you all. My name is Maria Chiza from SWEDO Innovations. My presentation is about the solar-aided stove that reuses volcanic rocks and briquettes made from organic waste. SWEDO was founded in 2016 and officially registered in 2023 in Uganda. We have our main beachhead market in the 5 districts of the Greater Kampala metropolitan area and 2 other rural cities, Soroti and Lira. We work with 12 staff, but 70% of that are women, and we're already in the production of a biofire comb. We've moved through processes of 3 different prototypes to provide renewable and access to renewable and affordable energy through a solar-aided stove innovation. So the problems we are dealing with here, we see that over 4,000 metric tons of charcoal are being used, and that accounts for about 98% of the households in Uganda who are still relying on traditional biomass. We see that 3 in 10 people, that is about 2.4 billion people, do not have access to clean cooking fuels. And currently, because we have an energy ban in country, the cost of charcoal has really risen for almost 30 kilograms, costing about $28 US. This is the problem visually. You can see that most people, the traditional biomass I'm talking about is using the 3-fire stove, the 3-firestone stove that is locally assembled, and it uses a lot of firewood, which is smokeless. And also with the charcoal, there's high demand even in the city and the urban areas. The opportunity here is the demand for cooking is high. Families here in Uganda, actually, this is a recent research done last year in October in partnership with the Ministry of Energy, looking at behavior change communication. We found in 5, 7, 8 districts that households are cooking either twice a day or thrice a day, that majority of them are cooking at least 2 times a day. That is already proof enough that the demand for energy is relatively high. We have another opportunity that because almost 91.4% and almost 28% of the households that we reached in that survey were using firewood and charcoal, and you rarely see uptake of the solar cooking in the baseline research that was conducted. We have users of biogas, ethanol, using sawdust, but all these are the improved cooking technologies are not really embraced currently. So the innovation SWEDO has is a stove that has now gone to the 4th prototype of $180 and uses an average of about $10 per month. So if you compare with the current consumption of charcoal, where households are using about $100,000 US in cooking, you can start, this saves a lot because of that component of reusing the solar, the stones, the volcanic rocks that are waste from the volcanic mountains. So these are the components of this solar aided stove. It uses sunlight, we are in the equatorial climate. It is smokeless, it is less emitting, and we've had a chance to test this stove. What it has, it's a fan that aids the blowing of the air into the combustion chamber of the stove. It has an LCD display to monitor power usage, and because of the recent reduction in prices of solar and no taxes on some of these solar components, it is becoming relatively affordable. So that's how we're able to cost the stove at $180. We've, since last year, from the WAITRO Summit, we've partnered with CREG, the Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Conservation at Makerere University, to test the stove. The results demonstrate a high thermal efficiency, particularly at a lower power, like if you're really not running it, but it is also efficient at 21.1% if you decide to put the fan to maximum speed. So the combined efficiency is 50.3%, which indicates a strong performance. It has rated this stove at a 4-tier at thermal efficiency. Then when you look at the opportunity in the cooking power, it delivers a high power at a minimum of about 1,600 watts, making it ideal for most cooking needs. And it replaces already the traditional biomass that we've been having. While when you lower the power, it will keep the food warm because the volcanic rocks help to retain the heat. We have fuel burning rate. It consumes fuel lower when you reduce the burning rate, and it is making it economical for families to actually adopt. And this is a very good case when we say we want to promote clean and affordable energy in the households. At emissions, emissions were ranked at a 3-tier rating because the stock produces lower PM 2.5 emissions at a lower power of 24 mg, making it cleaner and slower for cooking. So with those ratings, we see a very good business model for us, because if we already just in Uganda, before even we look at the opportunities around the continent and elsewhere, we have 10 million households already, according to our, we had a population census last year, and there are 10 million households, but all this relying on traditional biomass, we can take up a serviceable obtainable market of 0.1 million based on our current capacity, because we're now trying to move away from prototyping to commercial production of the solar stove. How do we make it affordable? We want to make sure that we have flexible payment systems. We want to train and educate, because I've identified within the sector where I'm actively serving that people do not know the opportunities that we have in clean cooking technologies. But we'll offer also after services, maintenance, and different accessories. And we intend to partner with local NGOs or banks, make sure that even the last mile customer can afford the $180 we're speaking about. We're not alone in this business. There's actually electric cooking, but I'm very confident that the solar stove, being that it leverages the sun we have in the equatorial climate, will have an opportunity, because we have almost 2% access of electricity. So the market potential is high in the clean cooking. The only disadvantage that we have, that we may have charcoal vendors still coming in to harm the environment, but if we communicate the competitive advantage we have in this product that uses off-grid energy, it is healthy and safe, the durability, being that now uses the solar stones that are long-lasting, then giving the consistency in the heat. Once it's lit, then I know we can beat this competition we have. So being that we are under sort of like a research convening, it is very important to note that there are opportunities to keep researching solar for productive use, because what we see that households adopt fuel that they are satisfied with in terms of affordability. So if they find that the technology is expensive, it's going to be very hard to shift to clean cooking, yet we need them to move to that ladder of a 3-tier to a 4-tier. Then we have the SDG goals that require households to have access to affordable and reliable and modern energy. Then we have policies to subsidize to cleaner fuels and improve households' income that are crucial for promoting the energy transition and the SDGs. So directly, we are so keen to contributing to the SDGs. We have SDG7, but also we are contributing to SDG 13 and 15, because we intend for SDG 13, we have a clear intention of tracking the emissions. That's why we took the stove to the testing, and that's why we have now a 3-tier testing. So this, we are presenting a solution to the community that we know that will work. Then the gender equality will have women. The 70% of the women are going to be working in the production. They're going to be trained to produce these stoves. And lastly, we'll have the SDG7, where the solar powered stoves of representing the 3 and 4 tier in clean cooking will reduce the use of the reliance on traditional biomass. And this transition will help us improve the health outcomes in the indoor pollution that you saw earlier on at the beginning of the presentation, that is high and affects mainly the women and the children. So with some future research, I know sometimes we love quantitative data, but the opportunity here that if we can match this with qualitative data to understand the households' institutional perspectives about the energy transition in Uganda, that could be a very good opportunity. Then policies to subsidize cleaner fuels after installation payments, we need to discuss that. That's why I point to investment and financing, last mile customer financing, product development, and then emphasizing R&D in the uptake of clean and affordable energy. Thank you so much. I beg to submit.
Yeah, thank you, Kiza. I think that's loud and clear. We are about 8 minutes late, but let me allow, because she's the last presenter, allow one question to Kiza. Any question?
Yes, I've got a question. Ashmore from Northwest University. I've done a lot of research on solar cookers. It's quite an interesting concept. My only concern, which I think you have to address, is how do the people take it compared to charcoal? I've been to Uganda. Everybody uses charcoal, and it's very sad that people are killing themselves. Are you going to do testing and awareness programs to the people that this is better than charcoal? Because at $180 in Uganda, that's quite a lot of money, I suppose. So that's my question. Are you going to involve the people and train them and convince them to go green?
Thank you so much. Actually, throughout this month, I've been engaging with communities of Mbale, for example, and Ginger. Just this week, I just returned from Ginger, creating awareness. I believe in a community empowerment and driven sort of dialogue. So it's going to be a lot of demonstration. The 180,000 looks high at acquisition, which, yes, we agree. And at the end of the day, what we want to do is tell them the benefits of reusing the volcanic rocks for energy, because at the end of the day, they're going to almost use about $10 to replace these rocks for cooking, compared to every time when you have to buy charcoal. So showing them, introducing behavior change is quite key for me, and that's what I'm actually undertaking to increase uptake. On affordability last mile financing, I intend to work with groups like the community financing models. We have what we call SACCOs, or maybe village saving associations, where you empower them to actually save for some of these resources. They will not be able to feel that burden. Thank you.
Kiza, that's okay.
I also have a question, a quick one.
Yes, kindly go ahead.
Thank you. This is Lily's. Sorry, I have worked previously with energy cooking and efficient cooking cook stoves in Africa previously. And one of the main problem was that we issued cook stoves, but we had not done public participation. So our design was smaller than expected in African communities. We later found out that our size was so small that it was not applicable, and it was needed for a cook stove to accommodate large cooking pots, because in Africa they cook in large quantities. So have you faced such setbacks?
On my side, as we develop this product of 2 years now, we've done customer discoveries as we developed our business plan. So there's a lot of engagement with the community. As we tested the stove with the university, we had also to distribute a few samples to households. So from the first prototype, 40 units of the stoves were distributed. But currently on this new and improved innovation, we are interacting with about 5 to 6 households to give us feedback. The cooking pot has considered the fact that households in Uganda sometimes have 8 to 10 people, but with the recent UBOS report, it shows about currently households have an average of 5 people. Yes, technology can actually prepare a meal for up to even 10 people in the household. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah,
I think we should come to an end of this discussion. At the end of the day, if people are around, we can give a space for people to ask more questions, and so that we should want to pick up with the program.
Yes, Daniel, I think that's correct. I think if you have any more questions, you can get in touch with the chair session. That's Daniel. because this is a topic which has many interests. And on behalf of Nancy, the co-chair, we want to thank you. And I think this brings us to the end of this session. Back to you, Daniel.
Okay. We go to the next session, which ought to be chaired by Dr. Nadia, Hilary, and Catherine Nyeri. It seems as if Dr. Nadia is not around, so I will ask Catherine to take over and do the moderation. Catherine? If not the case, I will just take over the moderation and ask Dr. presenter of this session. He will present himself and give his presentation.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I am Dr. Jerome Damongwe from the University of Bamenda in Cameroon. I am presenting on behalf of myself and on behalf of Dr. Njimbo Henry Alumba, Professor Assor Derek Ajesam, and Mr. Fongin Dieudonné. Also are working on a team. So I don't know if you can see my slides.
We can see.
Okay, thank you very much. We want to present on the fabrication and experimental investigation of a solar flat plate collector for domestic water heating in Cameroon. The first thing that is maybe mind-boggling to someone is why domestic water heating in a tropical country. We know that sometimes when we attend a social function and you are served warm water to wash your hands, you feel very, very good about it. So we want to put in practice what we call need resource matching in providing energy services. So as a way of introduction, an individual needs about 15 to 20 liters of hot water a day. This will amount to about 20 cubic meters of hot water in a year. And when we are talking of hot water, we mean hot water of between 40 and 43 degrees, that is for hygienic purposes, and water of between 20 to 60 degrees, that is used in laundry and washing of dishes. Therefore, the household sector makes quite a huge amount of use of energy for hot water. So the residential sector accounts for 40% of global energy consumption, and hot water takes quite a substantial amount. That is 25% of energy use in residential areas is for hot water, and it accounts for 20% of household energy costs. In Cameroon, 64% of the final energy consumption of the country is taken by the residential area. And the main source of energy for household in Cameroon for warm water comes from wood, from liquefied petroleum gas, and or electricity. And these sources are generally very expensive and have some impact on the environment. Therefore, harnessing solar energy for water heating can reduce household water heating fuels to about 60%, and it can also reduce dependency on traditional sources of energy for water heating. And of course, as we saw in the previous slides, it can reduce the amount that households are spending on energy. So households need energy, home water, particularly for cooking activities, for laundry, for washing of dishes, and for bathing and washing of hands. Therefore, it is important to increase the use of renewable energy technologies to provide hot water to households. Solar water heaters in the local markets are not only rare, but when they are available, they are expensive because they are generally imported. Therefore, our objective was to fabricate with local materials a full-scale flat plate serpentine solar domestic water heater and to investigate its thermal performance under local environmental conditions. The collector that we build, as I already mentioned, is a full-scale system made up of an absorber, flow tubes, the glazing, and the collector casing. So the flow tubes, as we see in a picture, here, were made into the serpentine structure with the spacing of 10 centimeters and the length of 60 centimeters. This was then put in the casing made up of wood. So that is the finished flat plate serpentine solar water heater that we produce. Now, the materials were carefully selected so that the collector is of low cost. So we use hardwood, and it was chosen because of its low conductivity. And then that is hardwood for the casing, and 3 millimeter thick plywood was used to improve the insulation of the absorber. That is the absorber plate. The absorber plate was made from aluminum, 3 millimeter thick of aluminum, chosen because of its good thermal conductivity, its low cost, and its resistance to rust. The flow tubes were from copper because of its good conductivity and its resistance to rust. And the glazing was of white glass because of its favorable optical properties. Then to further insulate the absorber from underneath, we included wood dust, because wood dust has a very good insulating properties. Now, about the the experimental site, we carry out the test on the campus of the University of Bamenda, which is located in the Tuba subdivision of the Northwest region of Cameroon at an altitude of about 1,500 meters above sea level. It is characterized by this experimental site is characterized by 2 seasons: the dry season that runs from mid-October to mid-March, and the rainy season that runs from mid-March to mid-October every year. This area has an average monthly temperature, environmental temperature, of about 18 degrees, humidity that ranges from 76 to 90 degrees. And with the sunshine in the experimental site, peaked in December to about 8.9 hours per day. And in August, it peaks at 4.2 hours per day. Our experimental setup, as you can see in the picture, we had a 100-liter container, cold water reservoir to provide the cold water that will enter our solar heater. And then there was a thermometer to measure the inlet temperatures and a pyrometer to measure the incoming solar irradiance, and a thermometer to measure the outlet temperatures, and a graduated container to measure how much hot water was collected. So the experimental procedure was such that the water flow rate through the collector was set at 1 liter per minute. We chose this flow rate because from literature that was the optimal flow rate in the solar collectors. So we collected data every 15 minutes interval, say in the early morning hours to the late evening hours, taking readings of the inlet temperature, outlet temperature, solar irradiance, and the volume of water collected. Then we determined the thermal efficiency of the collector using the standard formula of energy out over energy in. The energy out is the energy carried by the water, and the energy in is the total solar irradiance times the surface, the aperture of the collector. For the results, as usual, the solar irradiance varied from the morning hours to the evening hours, but we measured an average of 484.8 watts per meter square, with a maximum of 892 watts per meter square and a minimum of 92.75 watts per meter square. Then the inlet temperature, we were able to get the outlet temperature of a range from 28.5 degrees to 47.0 degrees. This is, as we mentioned earlier, temperature range for hot water for hygienic purposes, even hot water to do activities like laundry. And then for the thermal efficiency, we are an average of in the rainy season. We did this data collection in the rainy season for over a period of 3 days in June, and the average thermal efficiency was 49.9%, with a maximum of 94.9 and a minimum of 8.774. Then we look at how the thermal efficiency vary with solar irradiance. There was from the graph, there was some kind of correlation by looking at the graph. Then the cost of the collector cost about 84,000 francs CFA. That is about 133 US dollars. So if we compare with the very rare imported solar water heaters of about the same size in Cameroon, the cost range from about 150 US dollars to 500 US dollars. So as a way of conclusion, we say that households require hot water for several applications, and the various the current sources of energy that they use to get this warm water has negative impact on the environment. Therefore, harnessing solar energy to provide domestic hot water is very important. So we successfully built a full-scale flat plate serpentine solar domestic water heater and tested for its thermal performance in terms of thermal efficiency, and we had an efficiency of about 50 degrees and with a maximum of about 94%, an average thermal efficiency of 50% and a maximum thermal efficiency of 94% and a minimum thermal efficiency of 8.75%, and the collector cost about 133 US dollars. Therefore, we have demonstrated that locally fabricated collectors could be used to provide hot water within ranges that are applicable for household. These are some references that we used in our write-up, and thank you for your kind attention.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Jerome. Dr. Jerome is our national representative in Cameroon. And I want to ask a question. Have you published this result, or are you planning to really commercialize, or you are just you've just limited everything at research level?
We hope to publish these results, Prof. We are currently collecting some more data to look at the efficiency in the dry season, because what we have presented here the result of our research during the rainy season. That was last in 2024. So we are currently collecting some more data to compare the thermal efficiency of the collector over the 2 seasons in the experimental site.
Okay.
As you rightly asked, We are in the process of research and development of solar water heaters. Once we can get to optimize the performance, we can go commercial with the digester, with the collector. That is why we are experimenting at full scale, not laboratory scale. Thank you very much.
Thank you also. Thank you very much for a very nice presentation and good ideas, innovative idea. So we'll continue with the next presenter.
I've got a question. I've got some questions. I don't know.
Ask your question quickly.
Sorry. Yeah. First, the thing I want to ask is it an open loop or a closed loop? It looks like open loop where you just flow it into that collector, then it goes into another container. Then the second question is, how big is the storage tank that is feeding into that flat plate collector?
Okay, thank you very much, Prof, for your question. It's an open loop collector. The water just flows into the collector and out to a storage facility. So at this stage, we're not focused on building a storage facility for the hot water. We're just looking at what would be its thermal efficiency and what would be the maximum temperature we can get out of the collector. So maybe in the next phase, we'll be looking at storage of the hot water. Thank you very much.
Oh, okay. So how big is the feed? You see, you've got the two tanks, the tank that is feeding to the collector.
All right. The reservoir is 100 liters.
Okay. No, thanks. It's quite interesting. It's a very simple design and could help a lot.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for this wonderful, good idea. So let's proceed with the next presenter, Emanuela Brown Fasino from Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, also Erasmus Fellow. Who was, I could say, the first batch of the Erasmus program that we co-initiated. And I'm very happy to have her today to present. So Emanuela, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Prof, for the opportunity, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Emanuela Brown Fasino from the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. I'm an MPhil Renewable Energy Technology graduate student, and my master's thesis was mainly on thermal energy materials for storage inside solar cookers. And the first part of my thesis focused on a comparative analysis of various phase change materials that can be used inside a solar cooker. And I did that based on their thermal properties and their cost efficiency. And that first part of the work has already been put together as a manuscript and submitted to a journal under review. And today I'll be presenting at this conference the second part of my work, which focused on enhancing thermal energy storage efficiency in solar cookers using high-density polyethylene polylactic acid blended phase change materials. So my main findings are actually in the second part of my research, and that is what I seek to present today. So right into it, as many of us may be a bit familiar with, there are about 1.2 billion people across Africa which lack access to clean cooking fuels. And you can see in the picture how firewood is being used and the smoke that's released, causing a risk of air pollution, health risk, and long-term effect of premature death, according to the African Development Bank. And clean cooking alternatives, such as solar cooking systems, are emerging as the solution to address some of these issues with regards to cooking systems available in Africa. However, solar cooking relies on the sun or the solar energy source, and that faces a limitation of intermittent supply. However, with thermal energy storage, such as phase change materials, there's a promising alternative for sustainable cooking to address this intermittent supply of solar energy. But if you look a bit into research, and because I have a background in materials engineering, research throws emphasis on the fact that most conventional phase change materials that are being used, like molten salt, erythritol, they face a limitation of leakages or supercooling, and they are highly expensive. Polymers, however, are the materials that are being used as encapsulants to encapsulate some of these traditional PCMs to address the limitation of leakages. These polymers have a semi-crystalline structure that gives it an opportunity or a characteristic to actually absorb heat and release it. And polymers have gone largely unexplored in literature in terms of their potential to be used for thermal energy storage applications, more largely because there's a conception that polymers cannot be used for heat applications. But if you look at medium to high temperature or low applications, polymers could provide a better alternative for heat retention applications, because one, they are good encapsulants. Two, they are less expensive. They have a very least cost, and they have very lightweight, and they can be easily molded or shaped into various forms easily compared to many other materials. Therefore, the aim of this research was to investigate the capacity of the, polymers being used as phase change materials. And for one of my research questions was that if polymers can be used as phase change materials for thermal energy storage, which exact polymer can be used, and which optimization techniques can be applied to better improve its efficiency? And what did this research seek to do? Like I mentioned earlier, the first part of my work did do some material selection analysis, a comparative analysis of the structural properties and thermal properties of various polymers and their cost effectiveness. And high density polyethylene, which is commonly known as HDPE, did show to be a very good polymer for heat storage and release at a very low cost and a good enthalpy property. However, the limitation for most polymers being used generally is that in the long term, they will have a limitation with service life. And then as they age and we seek to dispose them, they may pose some environmental impact in a negative way. So my aim was to make this high density polyethylene, which has been identified in literature as a polymer that can store heat and release heat for future use, my aim was to make it more biodegradable and also improve its shape stability for a long service life, so that as we keep using it and using it, it doesn't lose its properties, it doesn't lose its stability properties. And so the HDPE, which is high density polyethylene, was improved with a biodegradable polymer, which is polylactic acid. And by virtue of blending these two polymers, we have a more biodegradable polymer being used as a phase change material for thermal energy storage inside a solar cooker. So a biodegradable polymer means that it can easily degrade in a long term as it has aged easily in the environment without causing any environmental impact negatively. And this research was very possible for me, as Prof mentioned, during my Erasmus exchange in the Johannes Kepler University at the Polymer Testing Material Institute under Professor Gernot Warner, who had presented earlier. So the methodology that was applied in this work, so after testing or investigating the potential of various polymeric materials, my aim was to model an existing solar cooker, which was in Ghana, Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, and that is what is being displayed here. So that solar cooker has a very compatible setup where it's connected to some solar grids, and then with a PCM being laid inside with an insulator, some fiber insulations, and it was used previously for solar cooking. However, the material that was used was the traditional PCM, which was erythritol, and it faced some massive limitations of supercooling and leakages. So in my work, I did also model using finite element method, some simulation techniques, this solar cooker that previously existed. And I followed this methodology chart flow where I did a material selection. I did a data collection on the existing solar cooker and integrated the data inside the simulated solar cooker using thermal network method and finite elements method. So that was my modeling approach. And then I went straight into my main aim, which was optimizing the high density polyethylene with the biodegradable polymer through melt blend technique. And then I did a characterization of the newly formed material blend using DSC, which is differential scanning, calorimetry, FTIR, scanning electron microscopy, and some conductivity tests to throw insights into the new thermal properties of the new material that had been formed. So this displays a simple setup of the solar cooker that was modeled, but using the thermal network modeling approach. So the principle it used was that the energy that is coming in is the energy that is going out. So the energy that is coming in from the PV is the energy going straight into the solar cooker. And it was broken down into the capacitance of the thermal storage material and how good the thermal storage material can conduct heat, all equivalent to the power source that is coming from the PV. And then the optimization of the
Emanuela might have some internet issue.
Hello.
Yeah, okay, you're back.
Yes, please.
Yes.
I'll share.
Just share your screen again and continue where you. these are issues that we face in Africa. So that's why we we need to promote in Africa.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I'm connecting my screen shortly.
Okay, yeah, we have actually the next presenter there is from Jordan. It seems as if they are not here, so just okay, don't go under stress. Just try. I know your presentation started very well and very interesting results. So try to reconnect.
Okay, I apologize. And I'll go straight into where I stopped.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, please, can you see my screen?
It's coming. Yeah. Okay, we can see.
Okay. Okay, so please, can you see the full screen now?
Not more, just speak. Just speak. It's okay.
Okay, so like I said, these were the techniques that were utilized in the characterization of each of the materials just to get the new thermal properties that had been obtained. So straight into the results, the three different blend, I sought to analyze how there was any change in terms of their thermal conductivity, how well can they conduct heat, and from the conductivity testings, the third blend, which had more weight percentage of HDPE, showed results of taking just about 65 minutes for heat to be transferred from one point to the other. And then the other blend, which was F2, took about 40 minutes, and then F1 took about 42 minutes for heat transfer to take place based on the conductivity test results. And then the scanning electron microscopy test did give us some insight into how the two blended polymers are interacting interfacially. So from the image, you can see F1 represents the first blend ratios, showing the first blend ratio, and F2 showing the second blend ratio, and F3 the third blend ratio. And it could be seen that in the third blend ratio, the microns are more co-continuous, they are more stretchy compared to the other two blended ratios, indicating that there was a better compatibility in terms of interfacial reaction between the two polymers that had been added compared to F1 and F2. And then the FTIR results gave us insight into the chemical structure of the new blend that had been formed. So for each of the peak, you can see that it's peaking at a very high absorption rate, showing or indicating that for each of the materials that have been blended, there was not a loss in component. All two blended polymer are showing inside the molecular structure, which is a good indication that they did blend very well. And then this represents the DSC results, which gave us insights into the new thermal properties that had been formed. So for the two blended polymers that have been formed, each had their melting temperature and their heat capacity, but after putting the blend together, a new melting temperature is formed, a new heat capacity is formed, and this simulation or this particular technique gives us insight into the new melting temperature that has been formed. And you can see it at the peak, that 133 degrees was the new melting temperature for the F1 blend, and 135 degrees was the new melting temperature for the F2 blend, and 136 degrees was the new melting temperature for the F3 blend, which is a highly improved melting temperature compared to the pure HDP that was used, or that was supposed to be used if it had not been optimized with the biodegradable polymer. And then finally, what I sought to do was to, after obtaining the new property inside a solar cooker. So for the solar cooker that had been modeled, I simulated its performance. Okay, if this material was supposed to be in the solar cooker, how much time will it take to cook if this amount of PV power source is connected to it? So a 150 watt capacity of PV was connected to the solar cooker, and for 100-minute simulation, the newly formed blend, which was F3, having the better capacity, took just 67 minutes for cooking to take place in the simulation, indicating that, okay, for this new material, conductivity is taking place easily. It's able to hold the heat and is able to bring food to a boil. So if you can see in the result on top, rice was modeled as the cooking material, and the aim of the polymer was supposed to bring the food or the rice to a boil to 100 degrees Celsius. So after 100 minutes of simulation, it took the newly formed polymer just 67 minutes to bring the rice to a boil, and it took pure HDP, if it is not optimized with any biodegradable polymer. It was also simulated inside the solar cooker, and it took about 97 minutes for cooking to take place, indicating a higher cooking time for this material, meaning that by optimizing it with a biodegradable material, a more shape stability was done and the thermal properties were improved, which is a better alternative. And then I also compared it with erythritol, which is the traditional PCM that was used in the former experiment. And unfortunately, that could not even bring the rice to a boil, meaning that it either faced some, in the real-time experiment, it would face some limitations of the leakages, and why it's, after it has the capacity to hold heat, that heat cannot be utilized.
Emanuela, you should be rounding up.
In conclusion, the solar cooker was successfully modeled using the thermal network simulation or modeling approach, and HDP, which is a polymer, was optimized successfully with a biodegradable polymer, and that new polymer that was formed achieved a fast cooking time inside a modeled solar cooker. The observed limitation is that these are performance evaluations based on a simulation, and in future recommendation, I'll recommend that for those who take up this project after me, they'll actually do an experimental validation of this new material that was formed and test it to actually evaluate its capacity in real time. Thank you so much. These are some of the references that was used. Thank you. Thank you for your patience. I'm so grateful.
Yeah, thank you, Emanuela, for this presentation. We are sorry that you have some issues. When you are talking about fast cooking time, as compared to what? You prepare rice, and you said it gets cooked at 67 minutes. Do you think, yeah, normal cooking time of rice is less than that time? I believe.
Yes. So what this research was exploring, the cooking setup is actually a low power cooker. So it's just using a very, very low PV power source coming in to do the cooking using just DC. So it's, yes, it's actually slow cooking, but it is relatively an alternative because it is cost effective. It is not expensive. It is not expensive. If you want a faster cooking time, then you connect more PVs to it to input more power. But this was a cooker setup that can be adopted in Africa mainly because of the cost involved. So just one panel giving just 150 watts of power coming in, and that is what is accounting for the cooking time that you are seeing, which
Okay,
is relatively slow compared to maybe LPG.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you for the answer. So let's just move to the next presenter. We will have had Mr. Nidal Abdallah and Omar Safuri from the Royal Scientific Society of Jordan, but it seems as if they are not here. So we will just continue quickly with a presentation from the Northwest University by Dr. Oyiwot Obeti Gamba, with co-authors Pearls Ubia and Professor Ashman. We want to play the presentation. He sent us the presentation.
From the Department of Physics, Chambogo University, Uganda. The work that I'm going to present was done in collaboration with Professor Ashmo Wire from Northwest University, South Africa, and our student, Pius Beer. The title of our presentation is the performance comparison of the Wonderful and hay basket as thermal insulating materials for domestic cooking.
People kitchen.
Outline of the presentation. The first one is introduction, followed by objective, followed by thermal insulation materials and experimental method, results, conclusion. Why do we need this? The main reason is because we want to minimize heat losses and from the system. And as we do this, we end up saving thermal energy. On our right hand side, we are showing you a picture of the different insulation materials that are available out there. What types of thermal insulation materials are available? We have local available thermal insulation. Examples are things like sugarcane, fibers, banana fibers, sodas, chicken fences. We also have meshes available for things that are made in industry. Things such as glass fibers, insulating cement, polystyrene, and so forth. On the right hand side, picture that and the different processes that a banana fiber has to go through up to that stage where it can be used for insulation. Therefore, there are those things that are available locally. The objective of this particular study, compare the thermal performance of Wonderful locally made location. Next slide.
I'm seeing the first slide.
The thermal insulation and the second one. On our left, the front part is what we are going to cover. At the back, basket.
A question, are you people seeing changes of slides?
We are not. They're not proceeding. I don't know. The video is not playing.
The slides are not moving.
Is it in presentation mode? Maybe it should be in presentation mode. Just play it as a presentation, maybe.
Prof, do you have the presentation on your side so that you can play it? I don't know why you said that.
Oh, yeah, but that's the same thing that has been that you what it was better if he was around. Okay, let me just check.
It's not changing though.
I'm just seeing this.
Come on, see.
Professor Mawire,
Yeah, I saw it.
can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I've logged on. Can I try to share the slides?
Is it on?
Yeah, he's now logged on. Can you just present?
Can you present? Please present this thing yourself.
Yes. Let me do that.
Let me do that.
What?
May you allow me to share my slide?
Allow you to share, please. Yeah. Go on.
Yes. Are you able to see my slide?
Yeah. Go in.
Thank you very, very much. Sorry for that.
You can go in
I was
presentation mode.
anticipating. Yes.
Yeah,
Is it in the presentation mode?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me start with slide number 1. I'm Dr. Irod Patrick Abedigamba, and the work that I'm presenting now, I've done it in collaboration with Professor Ashmo Mawire and one of our undergraduate student, Pius Obia. I'm attached at the Department of Physics, Chambogo University, Uganda, and the title of the presentation is the performance comparison of the bag and the hay basket as thermal insulating material for domestic cooking application. At the introduction, objective, we shall look at the aspect of thermal insulation materials and what we use for collecting the data. We shall look at the experimental methods, results, and conclusions. As part of the introduction, the main use or the main reason is because we use them for minimizing heat losses in any system that we are having. And as you do that, you end up saving thermal energy. Slide number 4, what type of thermal insulation materials do we have? We have those ones that we are calling to be local available ones, meaning that you can easily get them in your surrounding, things like sugarcane fibers, banana fibers, sawdust, chicken feathers, and so forth. We have those that are commercially available. They are produced from industries. Things like glass fiber, insulating cement, and what we refer to as being polystyrene. And these, you have to buy them, as compared to what we are calling to be locally available. Now, the issue is which insulation materials should you go for? Now, to do this, you have to consider a lot of other things. One is the aspect of the cost. The other one is the aspect of thermoconductivity. And thermoconductivity plays a critical role here, because the lower the thermoconductivity, the better the insulation material. Now it is a kind of trade-off, because you get in a situation where you want to minimize the heat loss, but you don't have the money to buy the necessary insulation material, especially what we are calling to be the commercial one. Now, what do you do? So in this particular presentation, I will show that in the absence of having the commercial available one can go for local available one, but you need to take into consideration some kind of trade-off. What is the objective of these studies? The objective is to be able to compare the thermal performance of a wonder bag, and this is an insulating material or an insulator, which is made in South Africa but imported in Uganda, with what is the local available in Uganda. We are calling it to be a hay basket, and we want to compare these in terms of thermal insulating kind of ability for domestic solar cooking application. On this particular slide, what we are having in front, on the left-hand side, what we are having is a wonder bag, and at the back, what we are having is a hay basket. In other words, what I mentioned as being local available one and the commercial one. We want to be able to see which one is able to insulate whatever we are doing, whatever we are cooking, which one is able to minimize the heat. And what I want to mention here is that in each of these setups, we have two thermocouples that are put inside. One is to be able to measure the load temperature, and two, we place the thermocouple outside the load, but inside the insulator. And the reason is we want to be able to see whether some heat is going to be trapped or how much heat is going to be trapped inside. On the right-hand side, we have a data logger and a computer that we use for collecting the data. And we are also showing the thermocouples that are connected to the data logger. And the data logger that we have used is what is referred to as being a Pico data logger. It is very, very simple to use, very, very economically, it is very, very cheap compared to other type of data logger. On slide number 8, what we have is the experimental setup of the work that we have done. On the left-hand side is a schematic diagram. We have a solar panel that we have used. Connected to a solar panel, we have a charge controller. Connected to the charge controller is a battery. And the use of a battery is to be able to do for us the heating of the PV of the DC hot plate. Now the DC hot plate is placed inside the two insulators. So we have got two situations here. One is in a water bag and the other in the middle. Our two batteries are there and a hay basket is being shown. On the right-hand side is the solar panel that we have used, 450 watts. And then next to it is a pyranometer that we have used for measuring the solar radiation. And next to the pyranometer is a thermocouple that is exposed to measure the ambient temperature. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Hello?
we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. My
We
slide
can
was not
hear
moving.
you.
Yes, so the next is a schematic diagram showing all what I've mentioned on page number 8. So we have got the solar panel again here, charge controller, and the battery balancer. Now I need to mention something about the battery balancer. The use is to ensure that the battery that is being charged by the solar panel is not overcharged and is not undercharged. So the two batteries at any one point should be able to be charged at almost the same rate in such a way that the voltages of the two batteries are maintained, such that one is not overcharged and the other one is not undercharged. Next to the battery, we connect our two insulators, Wonderbug and a hay basket, and inside we have got the DC plates that we use for heating up our load. On page number 10, we are having a table, and this table is showing the comparison of the cost of a Wonderbug and the cost of a hay basket. And this cost are the prices that we use when we were buying this thing in Uganda. For the Wonderbug, it is about 40 US dollar, and for hay basket is about 14 US dollar. And if you do the computation in terms of comparison, the cost of purchasing a Wonderbug is about 3 times that of a hay basket. In terms of thermoconductivity, reeds, feathers, and banana fibers, these are the materials that were used for making the hay basket. And on average, the thermoconductivity is higher than the thermoconductivity of the material that was used for making a Wonderbug. So we need to take note of this, because these are the key things that we have to take into consideration when looking for these insulating materials.
Doctor, are you having some issue? Lost his connection. I don't know. Prof. Ashmore, I don't know whether you can you have an idea of what it was, the conclusive part of the lecture, if you can say something, or if not.
Yeah, but I can say something. Maybe you connect. I mean, yeah, the
Okay, he has
conclusive
prepared the lecture, so we could send it to everyone at the end.
if he can connect,
Prof.
he can
Ashmore,
connect.
I don't know what you will say. Should we stop here if he cannot? The time is against us.
Yeah, we can stop. If he cannot, then someone else can share. Then if there's still time, he finishes his lectures when he connects.
Okay, I think we'll just continue in the next lecture, which is also from South Africa. with Mr. Patrick Tsobu-Guanyi, also co-authored by Professor Ashmore and Katlego. Mr. Patrick?
Yes, Prof.
Can you share your screen? Okay.
Am I audible, Prof? Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Oh, yes. I think you are seeing my screen and they are moving.
We do not see your screen. Could you share your presentation?
Mr. Patrick?
Yes, Prof. I shared my screen. Can you see it?
We are just seeing your emails. We don't see your screen.
Let me share it again.
Can you share the particular window? Maybe that will be better.
Yes.
Okay, in the meantime, while Mr. Patrick is preparing, is Mr. Harrison?
Okay, yeah, sure.
Is it okay now?
Patrick.
Patrick. Put it to presentation mode.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Thank you, Prof, for this opportunity. My name is Patrick Tsobu-Guanyi. I'm a postdoc at Northwest University, working under Prof. Mawire's supervision. And the work
can you start speaking?
Sorry?
Mr. Patrick?
We can't hear anything. Maybe recheck your sound.
Okay. Is it fine now?
I can hear him. It might be your problem, Veronica.
I can hear him loud and clearly.
Okay, my name is Patrick Tsobu-Guanyi. I'm a postdoc at Northwest University in Material Science, Innovation and Modeling Research Focus Area. The work I'm going to present today is entitled Development of a New Standalone Indirect Solar Dryer for Apple Slices, Thermal Profiling, Drying Characteristics, and Quality Assessment. And this is the outline of the presentation. As introduction, we can say that one of the most used methods for drying food products is the use of solar energy, which is abundant, free, available, full, renewable, and a most promising source of energy compared to conventional ones. In many countries of the world, especially in the remote areas, open sun drying is the most used method because it is eco-friendly and it helps to preserve the food quality of the products and extend their shelf life. However, this method is prone to abrupt changes in humidity, irregular and low drying rates, scavenging by animals. In light to address these drawbacks, different post-harvest technologies have been developed. Indirect solar drying is a method where the heat from the sun is used to warm air which passes over the material to be dried, preserving their quality and reducing their degradation. This method is very helpful because it helps to control the temperature inside the dryer, preserving the quality of the food, of the fruits, improve the drying efficiency, and also protect the final product from external contaminants. Many dryers have been developed and designed in literature review, as you can see in these images. This one is the one presented this morning by Prof. Mawire. Those dryers can be helpful to dry many kinds of fruits, such as apples. Apples have been using in this week because they are the most consumed fruit all over the world. And also they possess a good nutritional value in terms of vitamin A and C. And also their drying can help to inhibit the growth of spoilage by microorganisms. So recent studies have reported that the post-harvest losses in East of Africa is around 45% in fruits. The dryers presented in the literature review are expensive. They are either fixed or difficult to displace to be used in different locations in a region. And finally, few studies have been devoted to the drying profiling of apples in consecutive hours. So the aim of this work is to design, develop, and evaluate the thermal profiling, drying characteristic of apple slices by using indirect solar dryer in different weather and drying conditions. So the objective of this work are to investigate the drying parameters in successive drying tests, evaluate the thermal profiling of the different components inside the dryer, and finally assess the quality of the final product in terms of composition and color. As far as concerned the material and methods, the apples were purchased here in Maikeng in the supermarket. The apples were washed with water and then sliced with a knife in 3.5 millimeter in thickness, and lemon juice were added to them to avoid a change in color during the drying process. 350 grams of apple slices were homogeneously distributed in 4 trays, then put inside the drying chamber. This work was carried on during July to September 2024, and this figure shows the experimental setup of our experiment. Consists mainly of a drying chamber painted black, a data logger, a 12-volt batteries mounted in parallel, a solar panel. So during the daytime, solar panel converts sunlight into electrical energy, which power the two DC fans connected at the top of the chamber, which blow the air inside the dryer to continuously remove the moisture and allow the apples to be dried at a certain time from the top to the bottom tray. Each tray inside the dryer were connected to a data logger, and all of them were connected to a tray, and all of them were connected to a data logger. This table shows the characteristic of the drying chamber and solar collector. One important thing here is to mention here is the mass of the dryer, which is 4.2 kilogram, which means that our dryer is very light and portable, so we can use it everywhere we want. This figure shows the instrument we use to record the data in such as weather station, pyranometer, and hygrometer. Now let's move on to the main results we have gotten during this study. Let's start with the solar radiation and wind speed, which are important factors which affect the drying behavior of fruits such as apple. This figure shows that the solar radiation presents 2 Gaussian curves from the day 1 to day 2. In the morning at 9 a.m., because this experiment we're carrying on from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. in the afternoon. So the solar radiation increased in the morning at 9 a.m., reach their maximum at around 1 p.m. in the afternoon, then start decreasing on the 2 days. The average solar radiation calculated here was 708 watts per meter square. This value is very important because it helps to generate a significant heat to dry the sample in the fruits, the apple inside the dryer. Temperature is also another important factor which helps to dry the fruit inside the dryer. This figure shows the temperature of the ambient, the top tray, the upper middle tray, the lower middle tray, and the bottom tray inside the dryer. This figure shows that the ambient temperature is lower compared to the temperature of the other trays. It's important also to mention here that the top tray exhibited the highest temperature with an average of 60 degrees on the 2 days. And the temperature, let's go back here, please. Sorry. Here, at the end of each hour test, it's very important to mention that we can see a fast decrease and increase of temperature. This is attributed to the opening and closing of the dryer chamber to wake our sample after each hour of the test during the 2 days. So this information is very important. Why? Because it shows the dryer can accumulate energy and there's a loss of heat during the 2 days. This figure, the fifth one, shows the temperature profile of the walls, the left, the right, and the back walls of the dryer. So the tendency of the trends of this graph might be attributed to the movement of the sun in the 2 days. Moisture reduction and relative humidity has also been evaluated. This figure shows the moisture reduction on the 2 days. And it shows obviously that the first tray give the best final moisture reduction of 15.42% after 11 hours of drying. This graph shows two important things. This is the relative humidity. At 10 a.m. at the first day and around 10 a.m. and 12 p.m. on the second day. This can be attributed to the fact that after putting the samples inside the dryer, humidity is still building up, and then it starts decreasing and reach a constant value at around 4 p.m. on the first day. However, in the second day, we can observe an increase of relative humidity, which were already constant on the last day. This can be attributed to the moisture gathered by the sample at night. So let's now give the result for the quality assessment. These are the physical aspect of our fruits after drying. This is before the drying process, and this is after. So the variation in color shows that there's a noticeable change in color in terms of, because the value of delta E here is around 8.14. The mineral composition of our samples show that they mainly consist of sodium, calcium, magnesium, potassium, phosphorus, iron, and zinc, which means that the dried sample has a good nutritional value. In terms of, in conclusion, we can say that in the light of designing and evaluating the thermal profiling, characteristic and drying and quality assessment of apple slices, the findings show that the solar dryer was light, adaptable, not only for apples, but also for other fruits and vegetables without any need of technical maintenance. The solar dryer accumulates heat with minimal heat losses during the opening and closing stages. The first tray exhibited a better drying performance with a highest temperature at above 60 degrees Celsius and a final moisture content of 15.42%. The mineral composition showed that elements such as potassium, calcium, phosphorus, and magnesium were the most abundant element in the dried samples. Those are some of the references used in this work. And before I give you back the floor, Prof, I would like to acknowledge the Northwest University and Material Science, Innovation, and Modeling. Thank you so much for your kind attention.
So thank you very much for your wonderful presentation. And I'm happy that most of you have stayed with us up to this level, especially I thank Paul and Ashmore, who are here from the beginning. And for me, I'm very proud that Paul gave his last keynote lecture within this constellation. So I know that there's one more presentation, but I want to make him stay until the end. Paul should stay until the end so that I will congratulate him at the end of this first day of our conference. So we have the last presenter, Mr. Harrison from Multimedia University. His presentation is co-authored by Dr. David Wekesa and Dr. Solomon Namaswa.
Hello,
So,
Prof. Daniel.
Harrison, you have the floor.
Yes, Prof. Daniel, I have a request.
10 minutes.
Okay, good evening.
Mr. Harrison, are you around?
Yes, I'm around. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, we can see.
Okay, I'm Harrison Motuma. I'm presenting a research on economic viability of solar water heating system at Multimedia University. This research was carried out in collaboration with Dr. Wekesa and Dr. Solomon Namaswa, both lecturers at Multimedia University of Kenya.
Hello.
So my presentation will be on
Alors, Florence, là,
background
quand tu
research
m'appelles, je te
review.
présentais.
Yeah?
Oui, c'est bon, je présentais avant lui, là. Donc, quand tu as appelé, c'est pour ça que j'ai renvoyé.
Could you mute yourself? Could you mute yourself, the presenter in the background? Please mute. Can you mute for the presenter? Listen, you can continue.
Okay, this is what I will be presenting, the literature, the statement of the problem, and the reference. So, water heating is becoming one of major energy consuming entities, not only in Kenya, but globally, in that it accounts for 15 to 40% in residential buildings. And when it comes to commercial buildings, it can even account up to 30%. So this one has emerged due to the increasing or reduction in the use in other segments such as space heating, ventilation, and energy for lighting. So there are different methods that are currently in use, especially globally for water heating, but they are very limited in application in Kenya, as majority of the people prefer other methods. So the common methods that are used in Kenya, as you can see from this study, shows that majority of Kenyans or they prefer the use of traditional methods such as use of charcoal and wood. So this has shows that there is a problem, and we are looking to see whether the use of uh, renewable energy is economical or why are people preferring the traditional methods. So on the same study, it is shown that majority of the people uh, do not prefer the use of solar water heating systems in institutions or compared to residential. So for the large scale application, most people are skeptical on on the use of solar water heaters. Also, majority of the respondents who are queried in this study saying that they prefer or they are not comfortable with a regulation that requires all households to have a solar water heating system. So this shows that either they don't see its value or maybe something else. So the problem that we are trying to solve is that currently our study was focused on Multimedia University Executive Hostel. So these hostels are designed like hotels. So initially, they were using they were using water heaters that are electric in nature. So they use the electric immersion heaters. So the challenges with that is that it was of high cost. In addition, the water that was used or that is used in the university contains high chlorine levels that damage the heating elements. So in
Colleagues, it seems it's another problem again of internet connections. Um, yes, Harrison, are you still there? I think it's another problem again. Prof. Daniel?
Yeah, if this if he's having problem, or you what can finish his presentation if he can quickly do it. Just
Yes,
continue where
thank you.
where he stopped.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. Let me share quickly.
Can you hear me?
Now,
Okay,
Harrison is
Harrison has come back, so let's allow Harrison finish.
It's okay. It's okay.
Yes, this is the problem of online conferences. We need face-to-face next time. Yeah.
True.
Can you see my slides?
No.
Yeah?
No.
What about now?
We can hear you, Harrison. Go on.
Harrison, go continue. And
Okay, I was you can see my slides.
Yes.
Okay, we're
Yes.
on objectives. So the first objective was to determine the electricity consumption in the hotel or hostel. And the second one was to design a heating system based on evacuated tube so that we can optimize the scenarios to see the ideal installation that is required. So we carried out our research and we found that from the different studies, they showed that solar heating system vary depending with the location, energy prices, installation costs, maintenance costs, government subsidies, among others. So the studies do not show how water usage, especially through the use of bathtubs in an hotel and the presence of chlorine, affect the payback period of solar water heating system. Uh, Methodology. So first we aim to determine the electricity consumption from the current immersion water heaters, and we use the power wattage ratings of the immersion heaters that were available in the hostel. We also, for comparison purposes, determine the energy demand from the water need. So there's the supply of electricity from the heaters and there's demand, because sometimes you may have losses whereby you are producing more heated water that is not used. So these are our results. So from the current cost of using electric storage water heaters, we found out that in the hostel, we had 40 immersion water heaters. That is distributed in 10 tanks. There are two hostels, so each hostel and 5 tanks, and the other hostel and 5 tanks. So each tank and 4 heaters. So from this calculation, we estimated the total cost or the total energy demand per day is around 600 kilowatt per day for electricity. So we converted this into kilowatt hour and the cost, and we found it's around 6 million Kenyan shillings. So if you translate that into US dollars, it's around 6,000 US dollars. So uh, there's also the issue of replacing the immersion heaters due to the presence of chlorine in the water. So that's also we calculated. The next objective was now to determine the energy demand. And so we carried out a survey from the students to determine their bathing patterns. And we found that on average, there are 6.725 baths per week. So this is, some of the students are not uh, in school throughout the week, so they come only on the weekdays. And others have showers at least twice in a day. So from this, we found out that the hostel has a hybrid system, whereby there are those using bathtubs, the others using shower heads, and the others using buckets for showering. So there were different consumption rates. So this data was logged for a period of 1 month. And we found that for the bathtubs, on average, the student used 70 liters. For shower heads, the flow rate was around 5 liters per minute. So, and for those using buckets, it was around 15 liters of water per bath. So we calculated the average, which was around 49 liters per bath. And so we calculated the total energy demand from that water, and we found that it was around 520 kilowatts. So when you compare to that of electricity used, you see that the electricity used is higher. So this means that some of the energy is lost compared to the price that they are paying. So the design that now we were to design for the evacuated tube collector was based on this energy demand and not that of electricity supply or electricity used per month. So we calculated based on our efficiency, we estimated the efficiency of our collectors that we are to use by considering these variations, such as the frequency, the thermal efficiency, and other variations. So the data that we collected from the Multimedia University, this is the data we collected for air temperature, relative humidity, and daily solar radiation. And as you can see, the result shows that, remember, Kenya is along the equator, so the temperatures are quite high. So we expect that the performance of a solar water heating system would be very great. So this is a result of our solar radiation data from Kenya. And our system design that we designed. And from our system, or the model that we stimulated, it is suggested the adoption of a 61.1% solar fraction, as shown here, instead of going for 100%. So the benefits of this can be found if we go to the next step, which is determining the economic viability of such a project. As you can see, the number of collectors that were suggested were 28 collectors, which are 300 liter evacuated tube collectors for our daily load. And this now would provide at least 61% of our load. So from our model, we are able to determine the best tilt angle. So as you can see, there is fixed one axis, two axis, and the fixed one you can vary it depending with the angles. So for the fixed, the one axis and two axis and better performance. But now, in our next step, we are supposed to determine whether the one axis and two axis models are economically viable if we were to install them in comparison to these others. But from our model, we found that the ideal tilt angle is 15 degrees. So although its output is slightly lower, but as you can see from 15, the graph tilts faster than before there. This is ideal for temperatures along the equator. So another thing, although 0 degrees is ideal, it entails some challenges such as the ability for the collector to self-clean and the issue with structural consideration, whereby a solar module or a solar collector that is tilted at 15 degrees is you're able to fix it firmly compared to the one that is flat. So those are the considerations, but the cost and other issues will be considered in the next objective or in the next study. So we also looked at the impact of storage on the output of the solar water heating systems at multimedia. And we found that a solar collector with no storage, that is a Vanda presenter saying an open loop. So it has higher output compared to the one with storage. Then as the storage increases or from low storage to higher storage, the higher the storage, you see that the output is increasing gradually. So, but you have to strike a balance whereby there's advantages of low storage and high storage, whereby in high storage, you find that the collector is not able to heat the water to the temperature that is required. So you find the issue of cold
Mr.
water.
Harrison, you have to be round up.
Yeah, I'm finalizing. So the other thing is on solar fraction, and we also determine the ideal solar fraction for the collectors. Do you provide the entire or partially the number of uh, collectors you need in our study? So we found that 61% was ideal, which is 28 collectors. So the reason why we didn't go for 100% collector is due to seasonal variations, whereby you find it very difficult to provide the entire load using solar collectors, especially during the cold season. So it is not practical to go for the entire 100%. Then there's also an issue of storage limitation and the issue of economic optimization, whereby you go for the system that will provide the shortest return in investment. We also explored the area of insulation barriers, whereby there is a lot of losses in the conductors or in the pipes due uh, to the lack of insulation. So we saw that without the insulation, we need that the 5 collectors to provide the same load that could be provided by 28 collectors. So that's what's our study. And the next step is now to look at the economic viability of the project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Harrison. So I want to quickly give the opportunity to Dr. Oriwat to complete his presentation within 5 minutes, not more.
Thank you very, very much, Professor. I stopped on page 11, slide number 11. I hope you can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Thank you. And I was explaining the two parameters. And the most important now is the equation number 2, which is the efficiency, which is basically equation 1 divided by the product of the solar radiation and the cross-sectional area of the solar panel that we used. On slide 12 is the results that we are presenting, the temperature profile. On the left, what we have on the left is the experiment that we performed in the morning, and typically we started at 10 a.m. and the noon experiment we started at exactly midday profile, when we placed a thermocouple inside hay basket for the load. And the black plot is when the thermocouple was placed inside the load when we are using a wonder bulb. And the green one is the ambient temperature, and the same thing is for the noon experiment. But what is interesting about this plot is that higher maximum temperature is achieved for a load that is placed inside a wonder bulb compared to the load that is inside a hay basket. Now, in terms of charging time, we are also seeing that shorter charging time, heating time for the load is observed when the load is inside the a wonder bulb. However, what is also interesting is that that difference is actually very, very small. On slide number 13, we are showing the behavior of the temperature profile inside the wonder bag. Remember, we place some thermocouples inside the wonder bag, not necessarily measuring the load. So what we are seeing is that higher maximum temperature in both two cases, morning experiment and noon experiment, are being shown by thermocouples that were placed inside a wonder bag compared to a hay basket. Again, the performance parameter that we showed in equation 1 and 2, we did that calculation, and here are the results. And what is interesting is that for all those parameters for a case of a wonder bag, we are seeing that we are having higher values compared to that of a hay basket for both morning and noon. We also did for the efficiency. Again, the same thing, we are seeing that slightly higher values of efficiencies are being shown by wonder bag compared to hay basket. Now the question is, why are we seeing all this? What can we conclude from this? So conclusion, what we have seen is that wonder bag showed a higher maximum water temperature, higher water heating power, and higher efficiency. And this is because of lower thermal conductivity of the material of which wonder bag is made up of compared to hay basket, just like I showed in one of the tables. The second conclusion is that the water heating time for the loads in wonder bag are also shorter when compared to the loads in a hay basket, suggesting a better charging performance, though the differences are negligible. In terms of the price, the purchasing price of a wonder bag is 3 times that of a hay basket. And the last conclusion is that the cooking setup, where we are having a hay basket, can be used as a substitute to a system that has got a wonder bag. Remember, I said that wonder bag is supposed to be bought from outside, imported, but hay basket is just something that is within Uganda, and it is cheaply available. Thank you for listening. Questions or comments are welcome, and I sincerely apologize for the internet connectivity.
We are very happy to come to an end to this day, but I want to give an opportunity for people to ask questions. We will take 5 minutes to ask questions to the last presenters and to other presenters before. So before we come to the conclusion of this day, which I will like to conclude by giving some word of thanks to some people and then allowing some of our organizers like Ashmore, Paul, and Dr. Wekesa to say something. Yeah. Do you people have some questions? I know that during the talk today, Dr. Jerome wanted to ask a question, but to somebody. Do you still remember Dr. Jerome? Is he still there? I don't know. More there. But another thing which we want to do is that all those who are still around, before we close, I would like us to put on our camera, and I hope somebody of you can do a screenshot so that we can see the faces. We need it for our documentation. So put on my camera. Sabrina, can you do the screenshot?
Sure.
So I think one of you knows can do the screenshot for us. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of how to show everyone on the screen at once. 1 second. How do I? Sorry.
So all those who are around, please put on your camera so that we do a screenshot.
I haven't done this in a while. Does anyone know how to show everyone at the same time instead of just I have like a row at the top?
You can click on the view and change the gallery mode.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. There we go. Okay. All right. I have most everyone's camera on.
Some have not yet.
Not yet.
Please, those who are still around, please put on your camera so that we can see your face. This is very important because, as I was saying, this is the last event of Paul before he retires as Secretary General, and we have to document this. And I'm very proud that I gave him this opportunity to do this. So please, those who are here, please put on your camera so that we should do the screenshot.
I'm making a Word document. I can send it to you and also just the separate photos. Okay, so let me take one now and then hopefully everyone will turn on the camera.
Yeah, myself, I have to turn on my camera.
Okay, ready? Here. There's one. And one more. Okay.
You can hide non-video participants and take a screenshot.
Oh,
Go to
excellent. Thank
view.
you.
Yeah.
Just found it. Oh, yeah, that's much better. Okay. I feel silly saying smile, but smile.
Okay.
Okay, that's a terrible photo of me, but I got it from everybody. So.
You've done?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Sabrina, and thank you for your wonderful talk today. And I was saying we've gone through this day together, and those who have stayed up to now, especially those who have from China. I know, Paul, you are not sleeping. You ought to be sleeping by now, but you have been up for more than almost 9 hours. Thank you for staying awake and being with us up to this moment. And I'm saying today we've had in total 25 presentations out of 26. Yeah, we had one presentation from Jordan, which could not take place. So we did 25 presentation, and the presentation were coming from China, Korea, Austria, Jordan, Cameroon, Kenya, Uganda, Germany, Ghana, South Africa, Madagascar, and so on. So a lot of countries. So it's for me a great pleasure to have organized together with others. I did not organize alone this conference. So I will invite you to come tomorrow also. Even though if you are not presenting, please attend the second day, and also give the honor to Paul, because Paul is this is his last conference where he has given a keynote lecture, and as the Secretary General also of WAITRO, this is also his last conference. So let him give him this honor by coming also tomorrow, even if he's not around, because he due to his charge program. But let us give him the honor. So I thank you very much for attending this first day, and I want to give the word also to Ashmore and Wekesa, if he's around. Then the last word will go to Paul before we close.
Thank you for that, Daniel, and congratulations for a very, very well organized technical session. And given the geographical dispersion that we've had, there's actually been remarkably few internet problems. We usually have much more, particularly in regions where internet is not always stable. This meeting has reinforced my view that there is high quality innovation just everywhere throughout the WAITRO system. I'm retiring from JITRI and I won't be Secretary General, but I'm not going to disappear, and I particularly hope to stay involved with WAITRO operations. We've got some ideas about the project advancement facility that I mentioned in my keynote. If there's one thought that I would leave you with, it's that for the WAITRO share of this meeting, please don't forget that this isn't just a technical conference. It's not just about showing off your technical prowess and your results. It's about partnerships, building partnerships across borders. So I would encourage you to think about the other presentations and the opportunities like the Solar Initiative in Africa and involvements with the Chinese market, and just think in terms of how you can create partnerships that would further boost the impact of your results. But thank you all for coming, and particularly again, thank Professor Daniel and his team, who I'm sure all did a lot of work for just an excellently organized session. Thank you all.
Yeah, thank you, Paul. Thank you very much. Ashmore, do you have something to say?
I've got very little. But I mean, finally, my camera is working. I was battling the whole day. That's the first thing I have to say to fix it. And it worked at the right moment. That's the first thing I have to say. I would like to congratulate everybody for these interesting presentation, and thank you for contributing to this conference. It is good that we got a variety of presentations and a variety of perspectives. One thing that I want to tell you all is that there is going to be a special issue in the journal, Scientific African. Well, I wanted to say selected papers, but there are quite a number of good papers. What I can say is that Daniel is going to share the call for the special issue. The special issue will be published in Scientific African. The title of the special issue is Sustainable Energy Transitions for Africa. So if you have your work that is within what sustainable energy transitions, you can submit it. However, it's not a guarantee that it will be accepted. It will be thoroughly peer reviewed, so it might be rejected. So I think next week we'll share to all participants the call for the papers. We're not going to select. You just submit if you think you've got a quality paper. I think that's fair enough. I don't know, Daniel, what do you think? I think that's fair enough. If you've got
That's
quality,
fair enough. Yeah. That's fair
yes,
enough.
results. Let's not try to limit the number of articles that we can get from this conference. Okay, thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of your day. So David, you can say your concluding remarks.
David
you're
seems
still
not to be around. But
Yeah,
David? He seems not to be around. So,
No, I think I can hear you.
yeah, okay, then we need your concluding remarks.
Yeah, I think mine is to just thank you once again for being here. And as Ashmo has said, we are looking forward to also select maybe the best manuscripts or maybe conference papers out of this workshop. We are excited to also tomorrow to embark on this journey again, just to inspire the conversations, so that we see the synergies that we can get from different partners and different institutions that we are having. So mine, I think, is to also thank all of us for the effort that have made to ensure that this day, the first day of the conference, is a success, and looking forward to meet you tomorrow as we continue. Thank you.
So thank you. I don't want to end without thanking Veronica and Nina Ibeb, who has been very supportive all these days. So we've had sleepless night to draft up the document that you received. So she's playing a big role behind the scenes. So I'm happy that she came on time. She came just almost one month ago from Nigeria, and she came really at the perfect time. Without her, I don't know how I would have succeeded doing these things. Just two of us doing all this work. So I'm so grateful that she's around. And as we said, we want to be in presence next year in Mombasa. So this time we have to stop just meeting online. So next year is the 15th anniversary of ANSOL. And also is, for me, it's around birthday. I will not tell you, but so I want to combine it. So we'll be in Mombasa. It's a combination of networking, conference, but also leisure. I like swimming, so you can go to the sea and enjoy Mombasa. So we need to start to prepare it now. I hope that if WAITRO is interested, we can do something together. I don't know, Paul, with the successor as Secretary General, if he's interested for such a thing, that would be a wonderful thing, yeah, for us to do. Join ANSOL and WAITRO. I think we can continue this journey. It's a wonderful journey, ANSOL and WAITRO. And I'm wearing both hats as SDG7 leader of WAITRO, and then as an ANSOL chairperson. So I thank you very much for this first day. So I hope to see you tomorrow, and come in great number, invite more people. So the discussion today were very, very fruitful. I've learned from different angles. We saw different initiatives and so on and so forth. So I think we are on the right track, and God is with us. Thank you. Have a nice evening. And Paul, you need to go and rest, I know. And if you have time tomorrow, yeah, we'll see you again. So bye to all.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Thanks, everyone. Enjoy
So
the rest
be
of
on
the day.
time tomorrow. Bye. I will close up.
Okay, bye-bye.
Thank you.